All right, here we are. I've got my good friend Mike Flynn in the box with me tonight. We are going to be commentating. This is day 1F of the Millie, the $1 million prize pool guarantee. And what a huge turnout today. This is the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. And we had 236 entries today, so 24 people will be moving on to day 2. Day 2 is a week from tomorrow. And we're going to have a feature table. We've got a feature table set up, and we'll be doing that all the way, Mike, until we get down to 24 players tonight.
It's going to be a long one. There's a lot of players still left in.
When I came in, there were still 110 players left. So we've got a lot of poker going on. There's 11,800,000 chips in play. So right now the average chip stack is about 107,000, and you can see that is not a repeat. That is Bishop, almost in the exact same seat he was in the other night for our feature table. They're in seat number 7. We are 9-handed on all of these flights, these day 1 flights, Mike, as you well know, and the same thing is at Mad River. And so you can see the chip count there represents the chip count of the players at our feature table, and no way of knowing, how that stands up against the rest of the room. Got to spread the word in there that phones are supposed to be up on the shelf.
And these players are drawn at random to participate in the live stream room, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So you'll see different players coming in throughout the game as the player busts out here and we balance out the tables. It's just a random draw in terms of who comes next.
And right off the bat, we've got some action here. Marta. And they're going to go check.
3,000.
Miles there in seat 3. Very familiar face to our live stream cash games. And I've never seen Miles' name with a Y before, but I'll go with it.
Marta's going to make that call with her straight draw. And one over.
And the 5 does not get her there. Miles continues to bet here, bets 5,000. And he is going to take down the first pot of our feature table on our live stream here, day 1F, and there is a shot of the main room. As I mentioned, well over 100 players still left in this. We were so busy today that we had to cancel tonight's satellite, and we have changed that schedule up completely now. We have one more satellite coming up, only one more, and that's this Tuesday night. That's a $65 buy-in. Many players have made it to the day 1s via the satellites, but we were just too full with 236 entries. All hands on deck.
What the room has decided to do tonight is run sit and goes. And
yes.
There's one running right now, and as soon as 10 more players show up and want to do that, there'll be a sit and go, and
correct.
The winner of that will get a seat into one of the day 1s.
Right. Correct.
Patrick raises to 7,000 with pocket 6s.
Unfortunately, you are absolutely right.
King 5 calls.
Steve Stout in the big blind, King 5, and he hits a king. He checks it. Back over to Patrick. He's probably going to put a continuation bet out here. Let me see where I'm at kind of bet.
Exactly.
5,000. And there's a call from Steve. And now Patrick could use another 9 here, unfortunately, just for the chop. And this is going to be 9s full of kings for Steve.
He checked it before. What does he do now? No?
Oh, he's going to check it.
Thought he might bet for value there, but he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Maybe he was concerned about that 4th 9, Vic.
Right. And as I mentioned, average chip stacks right now, just so that you can keep track of this table and see where folks match up against that average chip stack, 107,000. Everybody starts the day with their $600 buy-in with 40,000 in chips, and then there's an additional dealer appreciation, $10 for 10,000. That's a 99.9% participation.
I don't think I've seen anyone not take the extra 10,000 chips. That's certainly a great value.
Yeah.
And you know, players, the dealers very much appreciate that.
Yes. So if we take the 11,800,000 in play based on everybody starting with 50,000, that's where we get that average chip stack. Patrick picking up another pocket pair here. Blinds are at 1, 3, and 1. And Karen playing the nemesis here in the cutoff. She's going to go all in.
Sorry.
So Miles folds the queen 9 and now over to seat 5 and trying to isolate here. He's going to raise it up. And he's got ace king of clubs. So Karen's day 1F life at stake here, driving down from Detroit, shows up here for almost every one of our big tournaments and then some. Karen's very familiar with many of the players up in Michigan. Very familiar with Karen. Very good poker player, very good tournament player. And here comes the flop. She needs some help. Somebody called out a jack, and there it was. Marshall needs an ace and an ace only, so she stays alive.
Wow.
All right. What size?
Doesn't look real happy about that, but hey, that happens. That's poker.
Yes. And you hear the roar in the room. Karen, besides being a very good poker player, she's kind of a favorite. People enjoy playing with her.
Right. Free fries on 75.
You can see the chip stack. Our players here at the feature table. Right now, Marshall's ahead with 209,000. Our low stack is still Karen, but she just got her stack
doubled up
to 56, a little bit more than a starting stack, so she's in it. Nobody's in short stack danger. Still a lot of play left in all those stacks.
And now Bishop here with queens. Let's see if this will be a different story for Bishop's feature table tonight. The last time on Thursday he was at this feature table, and oh my goodness, he just was not getting any cards. He hung in there for a long, long time. And now he's going to raise it up to 7,000. Marshall, after taking a little bit of a beat there, and Marta lets the ace-3 of diamonds go, so Bishop's going to... And you played against Bishop, right?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, yeah. Bishop typically plays in bigger tournaments.
I think there's only 2 players at the table that I don't recall having played against. Doesn't mean I haven't. Just
right.
Doesn't mean I don't. Just means I don't remember. It's what happens when you get old like me, Ben.
Yeah, I just didn't picture the queen doing what you did, the way you did it. So that's why I discounted that hand.
And you can hear the players talking about the hands. That's always interesting to hear their comments about the play. MGM Bob, a familiar face on the reserve streams. Karen looks down at a 8-6 suited, lets it go. Steve lays down 8-3. Let's see what Marshall does on the button here.
He's the chip leader for this table right now.
And he's going to put some pressure on.
And just 4K to make the call here, so Bishop's coming in, King 10 versus 4 deuce. There's the flop.
No help for 4 deuce.
Bishop does.
Hits middle pair.
Yeah. And runner flush draw.
Here comes a continuation bet. Going to represent the ace.
8,000.
Bishop doesn't believe him.
Going to come along with his second pair. King kicker. And that just helps Bishop some more.
Yeah, he picks up a straight draw.
Tough card there for Marshall to bet into. Don't you think, Mike?
It's tough, but let's see if he wants to continue to represent.
flop though, some kind of small pairs.
Looks like he's going to. That's 22,000 into a 31,000 pot. That's 2/3 of the pot, roughly. It's a pretty big bet.
It is a big bet.
Giving Bishop something to think about.
Give me credit. Wouldn't have been.
So I almost flattered it, and I'm like, no.
Yeah. It actually let me range it down. By the time it raising, you know, you could disguise it.
He's thinking it through.
Credit.
My opponent made a pre-flop raise, but he was in position.
Correct.
He made a continuation bet, which would be expected no matter what he raised with, but did
Correct.
he have an ace? And Bishop convinces himself that he did.
Yes.
He lays it down.
Very good play here, utilizing his chip stack as well as utilizing his position. You put those two things together, you really need to have a game, particularly at this level, that can appreciate how to do that.
Exactly, and it's a hard thing to do because you're putting those chips at risk with nothing. You're just trying to convince your opponent that you've got a better hand. And if the opponent doesn't believe or actually hits something, you've bluffed at it 3 times, get called 3 times. You got a lot of chips put into that pot. So,
And we got Marty, who came all the way from Pittsburgh again to play. She's rooting for Jules and Megan. Hey, Christopher, thanks for joining us. Wayne, Andy, really appreciate everybody watching tonight and every night that you watch and participate in the live chat. It means very much, it means a lot to us. It also means a lot to us when you hit that like button. Very important. And there's a walk.
there was a walk. That
There's
doesn't
a
happen
walk.
very often.
Yeah. And at this table, the feature table, that is the chip count. And the thing to pay attention to is how many big blinds does that represent? And you know, Mike, we have this conversation from time to time about what is the number of big blinds when you start to put your hands pretty close to the panic button. You know, and if you're, but what we've talked about typically is that if you're below 10 big blinds,
And that's for the most part.
For the most part.
That's the common thinking that you get to below 10 big blinds, and now you got to really open up your range and look for a hand.
7,000.
Marshall again utilizing the chip stack. He's raising this up, but betting right into Mike with pocket kings. So Mike is going to 3-bet this and make it 20,000, and a quick lay down there from Marshall.
Yeah, Mike had 2 ways to play that hand. He could have just smooth called. Always a danger when you got kings, and then ace shows up. You never know where your kings are at.
Yes, and Andy, this is 1F tonight. 1E was last night. You are correct. If the graphic up there says 1E, we are at 1F. This is our 6th day 1 here in Toledo. Mad River has had 6 as well. And we had 236 entries today, which means 24 players will advance to day 2. And Mad River had 205. So right now, between ourselves after tonight, we'll have 87 players, and Mad River will have 80 players. We still have day 1s to go next weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Saturday evening is actually a turbo, an additional, and that's a planned one, planned day 1. And we got 3-handed here. This could be an interesting pot, Mike. Interesting hand.
Patrick and Miles are sharing 10s.
Oh, and there's a 5.
And Patrick picks up the flush draw. Let's see how this plays out.
Miles is going to check this. That really doesn't... The flop is not a very appealing flop for Miles.
You know, Miles really didn't catch any piece of it, but this
No.
could get interesting between Patrick and Marshall. Patrick's going to bet his flush draw. What does Marshall do?
No, Marshall's betting at the fives. And an all-in from Patrick and a snap call and a snap fold from Miles. And so we've got flush draw 10-7 of hearts versus
I had the players back.
Yep, the set of
that.
fives. And here comes Patrick's day 1F. Tournament life could be at stake. He
As you
does
can
have
see.
7 outs.
2-1. He's got a 1 out of 3 chance to take this pot down.
That is no help, but now he's got 12 outs. It does help him a little bit, and oh my
Here's
goodness.
the heart,
But that's a
there.
full house. Full house there for Marshall, who's now approaching 300,000 in chips. Our most excellent Brian Smith, most excellent floor person. Mike, we got to do a shout out to Brian. Everybody works very hard at all these tournaments, but man, Brian
does a
puts
nice
in the
job.
hours,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
He sure does. Well, everyone here does, Vic, including yourself.
Thank you.
Including yourself. Interesting thing about that hand, the flush draw had about a 1 in 3 chance to get there. However, when you flop a set, you also have about a 1 in 3 chance to improve to a full house or better. So the set was ahead. Both players had about the same odds of improving their hand, and they both improved.
Yes. So we did have for 1E, we had 163, and so and that was yesterday. Answering your question there. And slowing things down a little bit, just get the graphics caught up here. Miles raises to 6,000. Mike's going to come along with his ace-8 of hearts. And Miles hits a queen right on the flop.
Oh, definitely. Him and Joey.
Not much there for an ace-8 to like about that flop. Miles takes the pot down.
Here, buddy. What's that? How you doing? How you doing? I didn't even see you. You've been kicking me out early.
I thought
You were trying to hide undercover, man.
Kiwi Colleen, I'm so glad that you're home. Hope you please take care of yourself.
Way behind.
And now we've got a dealer change, and Paul is coming in.
If you wouldn't have shoved with the ace-2 off of it already.
Now, Mike, you have bagged.
I have not.
Oh, you have not bagged.
No, I have not.
Okay.
It was like 1,000.
I was able to advance in the 2 satellites that I played, so I got 2 day 1 entries, and I did not bag in either one of them.
Okay.
A lot.
So what's your plan?
And then it shows
To sit here with you tonight and call this great action, Vic, that's my plan.
I love it. Living in the moment.
Oh, I'm sure I'll play again next
Yes. Yeah.
week, as will my bride.
Chips off anyway. You should just
no.
Marta now with ace queen.
The blinds don't come
Everyone's
off.
playing the same fucking lines. I don't want to hear the
You're right. When Mark Hopkins goes from 50,000 to $1 million in 30 minutes. Yeah.
Miles lets it go, chooses not to defend. The parking lot hand takes one down. Looks like we got a new player coming in, Vic.
Yep, they're going to fill out with Jeff here. A very, very familiar face here at the reserve. As well as his wife has a trophy from one of our big tournaments. I believe it was the 100K.
I got him at left.
I lose track of time because I'm a guy of a certain age as well. But they are regulars.
I did that like 4 times.
If you've been on the watched the live stream tournaments, you've seen Jeff before.
Got him on flip.
Marshall's first to act here, gets out of the way, but Marta's got a couple of hearts. Ace-2s. Does she want to do this? Nope. Getting out of the way.
She thought about it.
She did. Bishop looking for a better opportunity than Queen 10. Terry, not Jeff, excuse me. Terry now with Queen 9, and he's in the cutoff, and he comes to the table with 157,000 in chips.
7 total.
Average chip sack just a little over 100,000 right now.
Puts a little pressure on from the
Yep.
cutoff position.
Raising it up to 7K. Karen wants to see what these 8-7 of diamonds can do for her. A couple of clubs here for Steve.
He's got a 2-gapper suited. Karen's got a suited connector.
All right, read it.
3-play action.
All clubs.
Clubs come out.
Wow.
Check.
Terry's got the queen of clubs.
Check around.
Nobody bets. Now the board pairs. That's going to slow everything down.
I believe it will.
Check, check. Check.
Yep, check it around. And Steve now with the flush.
Let's see if somebody wants to represent this full house.
22.
That's a pot-sized bet. And nobody has anything to call him with.
Nope.
So he takes it down. So what do you think about that play, Vic? Checking the flop, or excuse me, checking the turn in the board pairs, and then making that big bet on the river.
Well, I think it's kind of risky. If he felt confident that his flush was good, then he was making a bet that wanted to appear like an overbet, like he was trying to steal it. Unfortunately for him, nobody else really got a piece of that.
Yeah, nobody had anything.
So they weren't. The problem with that is that if somebody calls you or goes over the top with the board pairing, then what do you do?
Or with the bigger flush, you're only 10. You're
Yeah.
only 10 high in your hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it was a risky play, but it worked out well.
Yeah, it did. And again, you play players as well. Being in the seat itself, possible Steve, picked up some information where he felt really confident, but Miles now with ace-10 of hearts.
I doubt you'll get up.
And there's just been limpers so far.
On the button, makes the raise.
I like it.
So he raises this up.
Glad you relaxed.
Right behind him is ace-king offsuit for Marshall.
Hey, I thought that was pretty quick.
And the bet is 12,000, basically 4x of the big blind.
I'm going to see some action here. Looks like a raise coming. Oh, he's just stacking his chips.
Raise 43.
There is a raise. The new bet is 43,000, 31,000 for Miles to complete here. About a fifth of his stack in order to do that. Question is how many entries so far. Our 6 flights, we've had a total of 859. All right, and here we go. A call from Miles.
This hand could be interesting to watch it play out.
Yeah.
35.
Marshall continues.
Makes the bet 35,000.
Really puts Miles to the test now.
It does. And really what's gnawing at Miles right now is the fact that that board is all black and he's all red.
Yeah, that's not what you're hoping to see when you got a suited
Not at all.
ace. He lays
and
it
he's
down.
going to lay it down. And Marshall continues to increase his stack. He's the chip leader here at this feature table. You can hear in the background there's another table, and that is part of the tournament. We're down to around 100 players right now, so, and at 9 players per, we still have, what, 11, 12 tables in the mix
And the
right here in the live stream room.
The sit-and-go or two are running right
Yeah.
now also.
And there's 2 of them right there. Now Mike waking up with pocket aces. Blinds at 1 and 3, and he's got 81,000.
Your check led me to an 18.
And he's going to raise this up and make it 8,000. Not quite 3x.
On your block.
And that raise will take the pot down.
It will. And he shows the aces.
See, Andy on the live stream here is asking how many entries. So
Yep.
in total, the reserve has had 859 day 1 entries. Mad River has had 810 day 1 entries. So in total for the tournament, 1,669 entries in day 1, which is just amazing. And if you're wondering how many people have made it through, 87 qualified from reserve, 80 have qualified from Mad River. That's 167. Now, of those,
Yes.
there are 10 double bags.
Yeah, 6 double bags here at the reserve and 4 double bags at Mad River.
That was Rudy's feet. He's gonna come after you.
Keep going.
MGM Bob.
No. Karen is my.
That's your horse.
Hell yeah.
So as of right now, we have 157 players moving forward into day 2, minus any double bags that may occur today from
Right.
our combined 45 people that are going to pass through today between Reserve and Mad River.
And if you're just joining us, this is the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. This is a day 1F of our Millie, the $1 million prize pool guarantee, a joint venture between ourselves and Mad River Poker Club in Dayton, Ohio. We had 236 entries here today, so we are playing down to 24 players. 24 players will receive $1,000 and a voucher and a seat into the day 2. Of those, if any of those folks are double baggers, those folks will receive $3,000. Now Karen here, who was had her tournament life at stake just a little bit ago, now picks up Ace Queen. She's got 15 big blinds. She's going to raise this up now and make it 8,000. That seems to be the 7,000 or the 8,000 seems to be the bet so far.
That's pretty much been the standard raise for anybody that wants to make a pre-flop raise here.
In the cutoff, Marshall, the chip leader here at this table, lets that go back over to Bishop. This is going to be a no thank you. Let's see what Mike does with the deuces, and he makes the call. So we got heads up action.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, Mike's still in the lead with the deuces. Gut shot for Karen.
She continues, but a relatively small bet.
Yeah.
Made it look like a please call me bet, and it worked.
Yeah. And when you consider that Mike was in the big blind, you know, we've had this conversation before about 2s, 3s, and 4s and how to play them. I've shared that when I look down, I look at 2s like being at a blackjack table and having 12. Not very appealing, but that's, to me, that's the right play. You make that call. If you don't hit it, you tuck tail and run.
And I think that pretty much holds true with any small pair. When you start getting middle pair, you have an opportunity for cards to be flopped under, so you may have the best hand as far as pairs. But small pairs, if you don't hit them, get rid of them. Now here we got two pocket pairs.
7,000.
5s against 7s.
Blinds are at 19.
Oh, and Marta, let's go with those 5s. Marshall raises it up to 7,000. Now Bishop in position. He's going to raise this up to 20,000. And you heard that signal in the background. That means the blinds are going up next hand.
You know, to your comment, Vic, I do find it interesting. It does seem like at certain tables, the pre-flop raise kind of becomes standard, where everyone pretty much makes the same pre-flop raise, regardless of the hand. If they got a big hand, or if they're coming in just trying to make a bluff. And it's interesting when that happens, because you really don't get much information about a raise other than it's a raise.
Yeah, now here's a call. Big flop coming out.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Watch out, folks.
Watch out. This could be trouble here for Bishop.
Marshall checks his set. Bishop flops top pair with a king kicker.
17.
He makes a pretty decent bet into that pot. Let's see how Marshall plays it.
Marshall's got him at least 4-1 in chips here.
There's a straight draw out there. There's a flush draw out there. He's got it bottom set. Interesting position.
And he makes the call. Oh, wow. 2 pair here for Bishop. A set of 7s gets checked by Marshall. Bishop down to 58,000. And he's going to go all in, and there's going to be a snap call from Marshall. And Bishop needs some help here. 3 outs. And this is a big, big hand. And no help there for Bishop. And that's going to be it for Bishop today.
Well, Marshall ended up in the perfect situation. He was slow playing that set that he flopped, and he had his opponent doing all the work for him. Then caught top pair, then caught top 2 pair.
Yes.
Flop the flush draw, turn 2 pair.
Blinds are at 2.
You go to the reservepoker.com and you can get all the information. We have been posting, both ourselves and Mad River, updates in terms of the people making it into day 2, their name, their amount. Right now, the chip leader, the bag leader, is Garrett. Garrett's very much familiar to people here watching the Cash Game live streams. 2 million in chips.
Wow, that is a big,
2 million in
bag.
chips, and I believe the closest one to him is about 1.5 million.
Gives you a nice advantage going into day 2, Vic.
Yeah. Karen under the gun, king, queen
8 total.
of diamonds. She's going to raise this up. I like this raise if she had a bigger chip stack. I feel this is a little risky. And there we go. Right
boy.
into Marta, who's got pocket aces. And she's going to 3-bet this
That was my first 2 cents of the day.
Oh,
Just
for
happened.
2. I thought you said that was your
to
first
40,000.
That's a pretty big re-raise.
Yep. Basically, Karen's got to decide whether she wants to go all in with this king, queen of diamonds or not. I know that she's played a lot of poker with Marta.
Right now she's wondering, did Marta make that move because she sees my chip stack and she knows that unless I got a super strong hand, I got to lay it down. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
She has top on the flop.
I'm not an advocate of limping in really in almost any situation. That makes my game less dimensional, I think, than many other people. But I think that certainly what Karen did there by making that pre-flop raise, if you're going to come in, don't limp. You're wasting your money. But she made a raise. It's an opportunity for her to put the pressure on the rest of the field. And when you see a big bet like that, particularly from a player like Marta, the red flag's got to come up right away. And it did. And she got out of the way. And there's a shot of the main room. This has just been a buzz today, Mike.
The atmosphere is, the best I can do is say it's electric, because it really is. When I walked in tonight, it's like, wow, you could just feel the buzz in the room.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We want to thank everybody for joining us. If you just joined us, this is The Reserve, Toledo, Ohio. The Millie, the $1 million prize pool guarantee joint venture between ourselves and Mad River Poker Club in Dayton, Ohio.
Sad to see Pat.
Great turnout for ourselves today here in Toledo, 236. So we're playing down to 24. This is a feature table. And Mike, Flynn, and I will be here until we get down to those 24 people. And now Karen gets a walk. Kind of a nice feeling.
Sure enough. She could use it.
After that last hand. Certainly puts a little bit of a grin on her face.
Man, he won too.
Sigh of relief, if you will.
But he's got a couple of rings for sure. I think he's got a bracelet too.
Oh, he's got a bracelet
I
too.
think, maybe.
No,
Did you get a bracelet?
I don't think he has a bracelet.
No? Well, didn't he win something WPT or something?
What's his
Something
last name,
else?
Patrick what?
Steel.
Steel.
It's MSPTs he's won and circuit ones.
He won a Motor City one for like 100 and some K.
Yeah, that was Patrick Steele that was in seat 1 there.
Last tournament here.
$600 one there.
Very successful tournament player
Yeah, the
from Michigan, I believe.
our last one, wasn't it?
And I believe he has bagged once already.
Killer, though. I mean, he's a killer.
Can't even, I don't know.
Yeah. When he was on the stream last night, I texted in there, does anyone know who that is? I did. I said, no, they were talking about this guy and that guy, and I said, wait a minute. The guy there is over $1 million on paper.
Marshall raises with his ace-jack. Marta 3-bets with ace-king. Everybody else lays down. Back to Marshall. Our chip leader, what's he going to do?
I don't know, 4-1 in chips. He needs 8,000 to complete, and he's going to lay this down. I'm pretty impressed with this young man so far, Mike. I don't know that I've ever seen him play before. I don't remember dealing to him. But right now, from what I've seen, his play warrants the stack that he has.
And what I find interesting is that not knowing whether or not he's played with these players very much, it seems like he's got a pretty good read on the temperature of the table
Absolutely.
and on the type of players that he's up against.
Yeah, I agree. Brian Patton now coming into seat 7. Very familiar face here at the Toledo Poker Club in the reserve. Very experienced tournament player.
And he's listed as Easy $, which would be money. Easy Money Patton. We're just going to call you Brian. Now, I guess we got to call him Easy Money. He's got a new name today.
Oh, you guys are all.
You gotta go through them. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Brian can be a character. That might liven up this table a little bit.
Yes, it very well could.
With him sitting right over there at the end with MGM Bob, I'm anticipating some interesting conversation.
I know my ace king lost a very jack, king
The
jack.
nemesis.
Oh, yeah, the
Got
other
my
hand.
sweatshirt.
The sweatshirt hand.
Sweatshirt.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
They're gonna
I
call
was
that.
pulling for her too. That was nothing personal there. I didn't want you to think that personal.
No, not
It
at all.
didn't even put a dent in his
I
sweatshirt.
understood. I understood.
No, I know, but it's still not real.
Marta looks at a
That's
king
my
10
friend.
suited
Plus, I sold her.
and just lays it down in early position. MGM Bob has just kind of been card dead. He hasn't
Yeah.
had much to play at all, which isn't his normal style if you watch him on the live stream. He's got a pretty good VPIP. He likes to get in there and mix it up.
Terry's now going to raise this up with the blinds at 2, 4, and 2, make a 2x bet with Queen 7 of spades. And that aggression pays off. He takes down the blinds.
Nice move in the cutoff. there.
Yeah, a quick 8,000 there. Doesn't hurt, does it?
No.
And I was correct. Look that up real quick. That is Patrick Steele from Chelsea. He has bagged for $375,000. I'm pretty sure we'll see him before these day ones are over, trying to go for a double bag, if not a triple bag.
I don't think we've had any triple bags yet. We have a total of 10 double bags at this point in time, not counting whoever may double bag today between Reserve and Mad River. 10 as of yesterday. Terry makes a raise with a queen 10. King Jack suited.
The nemesis, but I don't know. I like those cards in that position, and he's going to make the call. Marshall, 8-7 of diamonds, needs 6,000 here to complete in the small blind, and he does.
Oh yeah, he's going to take a look at this flop for sure.
And now Marta, she also completes, so we're going to go four-handed to the flop here. We got Paul in the box, bringing us the flop. Here it is.
Marshall comes out with an 8 second pair. Nobody else catches much of anything. Two spades on the board.
13.
Terry's going to make a continuation bet.
Yes, and this might go through. See if Marshall wants to.
See if he can sniff this one out. Lays it down, and it works.
Yes.
The
Couple
power
hands in a row here now.
The power of the continuation bet.
Absolutely.
Well done. Good position, good play.
Casey Vaughn cheering on Karen, as I mentioned. She pretty much has a cheering section wherever she goes.
You can see our chip count there. Marshall at 105 big blinds at the top end. And Karen's down back to where she was a few rounds ago. She's got 11 big blinds, so she's looking for a hand to play. Didn't like that one. And Marshall has aces. How does he play it? Got two limpers in there. One limper so far.
16 total.
The blinds have gone up to 4, and that's a 4x raise. Gets everybody out of the way. Maybe. Let's see what pocket deuces do.
Now what's helping Marshall in this situation is he's on the button, so it's got to feel like a position bet. Terry's going to make the call here, but here comes the flop. See what happens between deuces and aces. Ace is still in a very strong lead. Runner, runner, hearts for Terry, but hard to make anything of that when you got the 2 of hearts.
Exactly.
And another bet of 16.
And Terry's going to give it a call and hope to turn up a deuce.
Now there's 2 possible flush draws here, diamonds and hearts. And Marshall just checks this with the aces. Very interesting. Free card here.
Oh, flush gets there and the board pairs. Now, if Terry put Marshall on a big ace that didn't connect, which is why he may have called,
yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. He might think his hand's good right now.
Terry checks it though. Back over to Marshall, looking to get some more value out of this pot.
That's a
43,000.
pretty big bet.
Greater than half the size of the pot.
checking that turn gave Terry some pause to think here. That might be just enough to entice him to make this call.
It might be.
And he does.
And he takes that down with the aces.
Well,
I don't know.
played.
I'm pretty impressed with this young man.
That was well played.
Very well played.
It looks like his check on the turn was enough to convince Terry to go ahead and make that call, thinking that he had a big ace and missed.
And missed, right.
Which was very possible scenario.
Very possible. In the meantime, I believe Marshall's going to get up now around 600,000. Our blinds are 2, 4, and 2. 236 entries today. 24 people moving on. 11,800,000 chips in play.
And I see on the stream Brent Milton has made a very astute comment. I hate it when I have pocket deuces and 3 overs come. So that pretty much means every single time, 100% of the time, he's had hot pocket deuces. He hates it because there's always 3 overs. Unless you hit a deuce.
I feel the same way. Steve now going to raise up to 10,000 with ace-queen offsuit. Nobody gets anything. And he's going to take down the blinds here. A profit of $8,000 on that pot. We are the reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is the Millie Day 1F. Thank you very much for joining us. Please hit that like button. Somebody asked if we would be live streaming Saturday night as well. I can't answer that question right now, and the best answer I'm going to give, which makes me sound like a politician, is go ahead and subscribe and then hit the bell. And you'll get notifications, particularly during this this time with the tournament, where oftentimes we just kind of pull the trigger on it and say, all right, let's go live stream. If we do that, you're going to get a notification. Now, here's Karen coming back in with pocket tens. She's going to go all in.
Good luck, all in.
Nobody really picks up anything to compete against an all-in.
Yeah, they aren't going to get any better, Bob. Just throw them in.
I almost called you.
I didn't see that, Bob.
He says, I almost called you.
Back to 13
$500,000
blinds.
now for Marshall.
Was I ahead?
You were ahead with 5
Easy
minutes.
money patting at 14, and Marshall is a big chip leader.
Good move then.
He's got 3 times the chips of anybody, anyone else.
Pocket tens? I had 10 jack suited.
And I had 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
I was calling a raise, I just couldn't call it.
I have 10 big, so, I mean, I'm not gonna, yeah. It worked out. I needed Bob's big blind.
Yeah, and I'm not going too hard for it.
I love it. She says, I needed Bob's big blind. Terrific.
They know one another.
Terrific. Oh, yes. Marshall now. Chipzilla at this table. Ace deuce of diamonds. And he raises this up to 9,000. A 2+X bet of the big blind. And Terry, let's see if he wants some of his chips back from that deuces versus aces hand. He just needs 5,000 to complete, so he comes along with queen 9 of spades. He's got live cards. Kind of a coin flop here, and look at those spades. 2 of them.
Straight flush draw. Marshall whiffs. But he's got the ace, so he's got the best hand right now. I would expect a continuation bet, and there is one. Gut shot straight, and a flush draw. Then a
Smooth call here from Terry.
He's got the best hand right now as far as odds go.
Right. Terry now improves to 12 outs.
Yeah, but I'm really terrible and sticky. So.
And you look to the top of the screen, you see those outs. You see the ones that are not highlighted. That's because the computer knows what's already in the muck. So we go check, check, free card, and the river is a 10. That was not one of the outs.
That makes it interesting.
It does.
I would nearly draw that double.
Does Terry take an opportunity here to nope? See if he's going to try to represent the king, and ace high is going to take this down.
Wow.
Marshall
Well, actually, it probably was because I have a good reputation.
building a stack.
Everything just kind of going his way right now, Vic.
Yeah.
You're like, oh crap.
Neil Brinkman in the house.
Pretty good.
You're like,
Hello, Neil.
suckers about ready to go out.
Ty Steve coming into play tomorrow. 5 p.m. start, 4 p.m. the doors open. It is Super Bowl Sunday, and we have sold out our 100 seats for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Are you playing tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
All right. Terrific.
I'll be here. Jackie will be here, and we've got our mom and dad coming also to enjoy the day.
Oh, fantastic.
We got Maverick and Joanne coming to join
That's
the party.
great. So good to hear that.
Making it a family affair. MGM Bob still hasn't found a hand to play. He's kind of shaking his head, saying, "Come on, let me get in this game."
Neil taking a stab here at Bob. Wonder if he took a nap.
I really am.
And there is the main room. As we mentioned before, we do have, and it just posted on Facebook, there are 2 sit-and-goes going. We did have to cancel our satellite. There was no way we could handle another 150 or probably would have been close to 200 people.
At least, yeah.
So the decision was made early based on the big turnout we had for day 1F to not have the satellite. However, we are having some sit-and-goes. So far, there's 2 of those going, and there might even be a cash game going. I know there was a list going for that. Steve getting out of the way. Marshall, Jack 8. Well over $500,000 in chips. Marta now with pocket 5s.
Just limps in.
She's just going to limp in with the 5s. Bob is just not seeing cards here, Neil. I know you came on the stream just to root Bob on and make sure he got some cards, but he's not getting them now. Karen's going to complete.
I think Neil's taking a poke at easy money there. How is BP still in, Brian?
Yes,
Patton?
yeah, that's right. That's yeah.
They're friends. They like to poke
Oh,
at
are
one
you
another.
kidding? Absolutely. Here we go. 3-handed to the flop.
Miles hits middle pair. Nothing much for a Jack 6 for Karen.
And not a great flop here for the 5s, and Marta gets rid of it quickly. Miles bets it.
That offer still on the table?
Hey, 5,000.
Yeah,
Makes him
good
a
timing
nice
there
little
for
pot.
Miles, who was just on the big blind. So he's pulling that back, improving his situation. He's right at about our average chip stack right now. I think we're probably around 120,000. Marshall, $500,000. This is the chip count just here for the feature table.
You want him to physically count.
I believe we are down to 8 or 9 tables. I can run out quickly and get an update on that. Started at noon today.
What club are you going to be at tomorrow?
Marta comes up with pocket kings. Let's see how she plays these. She will not just call, is my prediction.
Yeah, she's got, right. She's got about 30 big blinds. This is nothing to really get too anxious about yet with her chip stack. Blinds are at 242. Marta's a very experienced poker player.
Adam, I got a seat open in here.
Very good at being in the moment and playing the situation, and right now she's going to raise this up to 21,000.
Thanks a lot, Austin.
It's a little bit bigger raise than I expected she
Yep.
would make. A little more than 5 times the big blind.
Right, I thought maybe 15 or 16,000, but
That's what I was going to predict.
MGM Bob, I think, is just getting frustrated here with not seeing any cards. This is not the time to open up your range.
Terry's
And Terry
got
now.
pocket 9s. taking a look at his chip stack. Takes a pretty good chunk of his chips. He calls.
Tyler said, oh, only 12 bigs off, sorry.
And we're going to go heads up here. We did see Karen fold a king.
And a 9 on the board.
Boy.
And a gut shot straight from Marta. Oh, and she shoves. Snap call.
So Marta does have outs here. Not flush outs, but she does have 4 outs. A king or a jack. The computer knows that there's basically only 1 king left. There are still 3 jacks left. Of course, if the flush comes on the board complete, then they might be chopping.
Won't be a flush. And the set of 9
Wow.
folds up.
That's a big pot there for Terry.
Sure is.
Mom, YouTube. You got 15 minutes.
Terry, also a very experienced tournament player. Yeah, David, thank you so much. We will see you next week.
The turnout for this tournament has just been absolutely fantastic,
Yeah.
Vic, I tell you. And today, both clubs is the highest turnout for any of the day ones yet. By far, the highest turnout.
Right.
I'm Jason.
I mean, I know you're ready to get it in. Yeah, he's getting. Come on. When's the next blind list?
Players at the table enjoying the camaraderie of the Reserve Poker Club, enjoying the chat at the
Yes.
table. That's always a nice thing. And a tournament as serious as this, and it is serious. These players are playing for some serious money.
Yeah.
There's still that camaraderie and that friendly atmosphere that I personally so much enjoy, which is why I like to be here.
Yes.
I had aces. And guy to my right.
Well, they've each got a piece of this flop here. Steve with his 3 and Marshall with the 4, and now a 2 pair for Marshall.
Well, when you're running hot, sometimes you're just running hot.
I'm telling you. No redraw here, opportunities for Steve. So with just Queen 3, a.k.a. as we call it here, the Dorothy. And that was a polite move there from Marshall, showing him the 2 pair that he had.
There may well have been some strategy behind that.
Shot of the main room here. If you've never been here to Toledo, Ohio, we take great pride in the room that we have here. We're coming up on our 3-year anniversary, April 26th. And it has just been a whirlwind of growth here for this family-owned small business, pushing the envelope all the time on opportunities for poker players here in the Midwest and beyond. And this is the largest poker tournament in Ohio to date in terms of a $1 million prize pool guarantee. And, of course, what's your estimate? We're going to crush that. We're going to hit the guarantee on Thursday.
Absolutely.
And we got a $200,000 prize pool or first place guarantee. Are you thinking $300,000 for first place?
I think it's going to be very close to that.
Yeah. Okay.
No promises.
No
Vic
promises.
Vic and I are not making a guarantee, but if
No.
you just take a look at the number of players we've had, and it continues to be more and more and more players, I think we're going to blow that guarantee out of the water next week. And I think you're right, Vic. By the time both clubs play next Thursday, I think we'll have the $1 million guarantee covered, and then it's just gravy after that.
Yeah. John Fratt chiming in here from Florida. He was watching MGM Bob the other night as well. And Neil, today, 236 entries, 24 players will move on to day 2. Mike Flynn and I are in here calling all the action, and we're going to be here until we're down to those 24 players.
We'll have to watch it.
$11,800,000 in play. Average chip stack, I believe, somewhere around 120 or 130. Terry's got 170. He looks at ace jack, blinds at 3, 6, and 3, and he's going to raise this up to 12,000.
Like 80% Mosian, 20% Raleigh.
You say lollygagging, was Lolly a female?
I hope so.
Yeah, look at Brian Patton. A little grin on his face. He looks at King 7. He does make the call. Heads up. Here comes the flop.
Picks up a gut shot.
Oh, and they go to a free card, but the board pairs. And
he hits his king.
He hits his king. He's going to bet 7,000.
Not a real big bet into that pot.
No. Terry makes the call.
Calls him down with the ace.
Terry might be kicking himself for letting Brian Patton catch up there. And that was a very, considering his chip stack, a really nice size pot there for Brian.
It sure was.
My goodness.
Comparatively speaking, it was relatively small into Terry's chip stack to go ahead and make a stab at there and not give your opponent a free card.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference, the relationship to the chip stack.
And our current double bagger and bag leader at 1.8 million, 1.9 million, Garrett, on the chat, cheering for his good buddy Miles. Congratulations, Garrett.
Congratulations on that bag. That's very nice. Good luck going into day 2. Good luck to all the players going into day 2. It's
Absolutely.
going to be a great tournament.
In the cutoff, ace-9 of hearts. This table's chip leader now is going to raise this up, make it 13,000. Brian not making a loose call this time, gets out of the way, and that aggression pays off.
Ace-9 picks up the blinds and the antes.
When you've got the big chip stack, that is the exact action you need to be taking. Like I said, I've never seen this guy, Garrett. I don't know if you've seen Marshall play before, but or Neil, I'm pretty impressed.
It's called good enough.
Yeah, when you've got a big stack like that, you can open up your range a little bit, and you can put pressure on the other players because, relatively speaking, any bet you make is much more significant to the opposing player's stack.
Yeah, it really is.
I got your back, don't worry.
No, I don't, yeah.
Karen's down in that 10 big blind range again.
Now here's ace-10 of hearts for Miles. He's got 20 big blinds.
Oh, boy.
No, I think that was at the other table.
Oh, I heard all in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just a reminder, folks, the other table right there, back there, is part of the tournament play. And we will pick up those voices from time to time. Mike is going to come along, and MGM Bob now, there's the all-in. Pocket nines.
He has been so patient. He hasn't played a hand.
80% Mosian, 20% Lollygag. It's 97 total.
And if the other players are paying attention, they got to say, MGM Bob hasn't played a hand for an hour. And now he's coming in with one hand and he's all in.
Yeah.
What do I do?
You're splitting hairs here. I mean, All on the coin flip, man.
Oh, I know I'm good now.
Basically, close to 90% of Miles' stack if he makes this call, but he lets it go. Mike, on the other hand,
I'm going to show you anyway.
I love this hand.
Oh, my God.
and he says, I love this hand, shows him the Jack 10 of clubs.
Show that hand.
Yeah, you got to show the rest of
And
the
now
players
let's see
there.
if Bob shows the pocket nines.
He does.
And good timing here for Bob.
Is that your favorite hand, Jack?
It lets the other two players know that should they have called, they were basically in a coin flip race situation.
Yes.
Some of those chips went down the slot here.
Oh, your 25Ks went right down there.
I have a few yellows on it.
There's our main room. You can see we are still deep into the action here. Looks like we may have lost one table. That's about it. All of those tables are still tournament tables in play, other than, I believe, one sit and go for a seat into a day one. There may be two of those running. They were trying to start a second one if enough players were in. And we've got an all-in here, Karen, with pocket eights.
Chance to shove our shit all in before we
Marshall gets out of the way with an ace.
Another seat on 15.
All in down there. Let me take a peek here.
Careful what.
Nobody else has picked up anything.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Man,
That did sound pretty close, man.
What's that?
the way you started your sentence was all in.
I said all in down there.
I understand, but I'm telling you this to be careful.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Verbal binding, Bob. Yes, it is.
All right, give me my queen.
And nobody calls.
Play.
So Karen picks up the blinds in the andes. That's a significant boost to her stack. Gets her through another round.
I understand.
Very cool. Thank you for your comment. Yes, it is an amazing tournament at the Reserve, and it's because of the players. It's because of all the people that come here and support this club that the club is able to go out and guarantee $1 million in a prize fund. That's the faith that they have in the players here, and it is a great place to be. So, please, if you have not been to the Reserve to play poker, you just got to come and try it. Miles has a king-queen. Let's see what he's going to do. The blinds have gone up now. 3,000 small blind, 6,000 big blind. He makes it 15.
It's pretty impressive that they've already crossed the threshold.
I was shocked. And I'm thinking, just the numbers I'm seeing, I'm thinking maybe they're sweating getting there.
Yeah.
Mike calls with his suited ace 9.
Having two clubs.
He said today,
Let's see.
everything today.
46-54. Queen, 3. Let's see how Miles plays this when he flops 3 of a kind.
That's all gravy too.
Nothing really there for Mike. They both check. Now Mike hits second pair. This could get interesting.
I didn't know they were trying to buy the
Now Miles is going to make a bet. Not a big bet.
No, I didn't see it, but I know it's
He gets 7,000 into a 40,000 and gets a quick call.
Yeah, it gets Mike to call here, and that shouldn't be a scare card here for Miles. Can't really put Mike on a gut shot draw. So he's going to go to Value Town here, make a bet.
Bring your kids, drop them off, play poker.
Only 15,000.
Well, it's true. They have that story.
And Mike gets out of the way.
Mike says, nope. I think that jack may have enticed him to, well, if my 9 was good, not sure, but now there's 2 overcards out there, let's just not mess with it. Terry Cools has a reminder on the stream for everybody to smash that like button, y'all. Yes, and we would appreciate that. Please do.
Terry's a great supporter here of the Reserve. Thank you very much, Terry. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody's viewership and participation. I went out to the room and understand that what we're seeing here right now, ladies and gentlemen, is on a 15-minute delay. And we now have up on the right-hand quarter, that is the status. 68 players left out of the 236. We do have 2 sit-and-goes going right now, and there will be another sit-and-go. Because of the amazing turnout that we had today, we were needed to postpone or cancel the satellite for tonight, but with people coming in, not realizing that, we decided to get some sit and goes, and it's what is it? Not even 8 o'clock yet. There's a good chance there's another 2 sit and goes that get going here tonight.
Oh, for sure.
And more than likely some cash games. Yes, Terry, the Super Bowl party tomorrow did sell out. That was a limit of 100 players, and that has sold out. That begins tomorrow at 5 p.m. Doors open at 4 p.m., and now we're heads up going to the flop. Oh, boy. Karen flopping the world here. And she's going to check this, a gut shot for Miles, so a free card. And there's no help to Miles. Karen's definitely going to bet this, and she does. Makes a bet of 10,000. And a much-needed pot there for Karen, who at one point was down to 24,000. And now she's starting to improve her position. 11,800,000 chips in play. So the average chip stack right now is 173,000. And everybody at this table besides Marshall is below that average. Marshall has just been crushing it. He's been driving the action when he's had the opportunity, but not getting reckless. That's a good question, Stephen. Let me double check that. Check that buy-in on the sit and go to let you know. I'm sorry, I should have had that information. A sit and go is basically 10-handed mini tournament with an opportunity for someone to win a seat into the remaining day one. Let's get back to the action though now. Stephen flops a big flush draw here. Terry gets a piece of this with his Dolly Parton 9-5.
Now.
Nice bet there from Steve. With the flush draw, making a raise, getting Terry to lay down his, pairing the board. The sit and go is $110. The best thing to do here is to go ahead and call the reserve, talk to Marissa or Jim in the cage, get a feel for where we are with either the cash games or the sit and goes, so that you can plan your poker play here yet tonight accordingly. And there's a shot of the main room. Some very familiar faces. And a lot of new faces today, as you can imagine, with 236 entries. Got players from northern Minnesota, from Florida, from Texas, from all over Michigan and Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania. Here's a mystery hand here for Terry. He's going to raise it up to 12,000. Miles looking down in position on the button with pocket fours. He's going to make the call. 10 deuce here for Steve Stout. He folds in a couple of clubs for Marshall. Marshall being the chip leader at this table by a significant amount, and he makes the call. So we're going to go three-handed here to the flop. 10-3-3. This is going to come down to aggression, I believe. Who's going to represent a strong hand? Miles now with his pocket fours. Makes a bet. 20,000. Terry with the mystery hand, who started the pre-flop action with a $12,000 bet and now a 5. Check isn't good enough for Miles. He's going to bet this 35,000. And there's a call, so we're going to go to the river. Again, Terry's got the mystery hand. And there's an ace. Terry checks this. I believe we're going to see another check here from Miles. And we're going to go to showdown. And King, Queen, no good there. Miles takes this down with the pocket fours.
Terry saw the fours and shook his head. I think he sees an opportunity there, a missed opportunity for
yes,
maybe
he did.
take that pot down.
Right.
For sure.
Alan, thank you so much. Remind everybody here watching that the like button is very, very important to us here at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. Please hit that like button. Miles wanted, Neil, you mean when the ace came? Yeah, I think he wanted to throw up too. Fortunately, when he threw his hand up, he found out he was the winner.
25.
Hold on this one, right?
Terry now, couple of tough hands here, down to 51,000. Going all in with King Queen. The same King Queen now gets folded, or no, a raise. I'm sorry, from Brian Patton,
43 total.
and he says okay.
And there are 4 different suits represented in this hand. That's unusual.
Four possible flushes here so far. Yep. Adam just pushes that aside because this is more than likely
No flush can be there.
Yep, and this is a chop. Pull your bets back. Adam will chop up what's in the middle. And Terry lives to see another hand. Yeah, Nick, I would have to agree. That check down from Terry after the ace, and that might have been why he was shaking his head. And that hand against Miles, he might have felt like he missed some opportunities. Miles now improving to over 200,000, but the story so far in our feature table has been young Marshall there. I call him young because they're all young to us.
Compared
right?
to you and
That's
I,
right,
yeah.
Mike? Yeah, all right. Even Neil Brinkman is young compared, for us, right?
Everybody's young. What can I say?
Yeah.
And our chip leader with the button
13.
is going to make a raise to 13,000 with his ace deuce.
And Motown here for easy money, Brian Patton. Here comes the flop.
And he hits
Oh,
two
boy.
pair.
Wow, we got a gut shot here for Marshall.
And
And 2 pair.
he checks top 2.
Yeah, he's just setting the trap here.
Yeah,
I
he's-
believe this is going to be,
He's going to let the continuation bet happen.
yeah.
Now, the question is, does he call or does he raise? Knowing Brian, it's going to be a raise. Yep.
Raising it up to 25,000 after a continuation bet of 9,000 by Marshall.
That should be enough to convince Marshall to get out.
It should be.
He's sitting there thinking, if I hit my gut shot, I can take a player out. $16,000 is not a significant hit to his stat.
No, not at all.
With almost $600,000, but he's going to lay it down.
He's going to lay it down.
I think that's a good play.
Yes. And I do like this bet from Brian. Rather than push all in, try to get a little bit more money in, or at least try to entice maybe an all in there from Marshall.
Exactly.
Look at all the records.
Let's see. Pre-flop.
Brian's still got a smirk on his face. I hit that Jack 5. Jackson 5 does it for me. Terry goes all in with an ace-jack suited.
Brian not going to get froggy this time, and Mike might feel like this is his opportunity, and he does. He's going to make the call. He's going to go all in for less.
And he's a 3-1 dog.
Yep. They both have clubs. The bigger club's going to Terry.
Who you want? I got the 8.
The king of clubs shows up. They got a royal between them.
I put up my 10. I put up my 30 here, 20. Should have did it.
Told you the king of clubs.
And the king of clubs comes on the flop.
Mike still has outs, and that's one of them.
And he hits his jack.
Wow. And he's able to hit his straight, and he stays alive. Terry takes a hit there.
What a run out that was.
I'm ashamed for you.
You know, if you're going to run deep in these tournaments, you're going to be in a situation where you're a big-time underdog, and if you can pull that hand out, sometimes that is the tipping point of your tournament to put you on the right path. Where a hand where you know 4 times out of 5 you're going to get knocked out, and you actually double up, and sometimes that can be the start of a nice run.
Yes. We talk quite often about momentum in this game, and if you can get the momentum shifting, that makes a big difference.
Marshall continues to apply the pressure.
Yes, and I like this, but he's going to run in right into MGM Bob.
Let's see how MGM Bob plays this.
All in.
See if the chip leader wants to double me up. Did you hear Bob's comment?
What did he say?
Marshall asked how much, and MGM says, not too much more. Throw it in there.
No fair, sir.
No fair.
No fair.
And now Terry is on the big blind. There's a question as to whether he's all in or not with that. I don't think so. He, of course, has to meet the ante first. We'll see if we get a shot around here at his chips when we see what Karen does as she's under the gun. Blinds are at 3-6-3, and Terry's still got a few chips in his hand. Karen under the gun with King Queen. She's considering her option here under the gun. Like we said, 3 and 6. She is going to raise this up.
Slow tanking.
This is going to be a min raise, I believe, to 12,000. Actually, 13,000. Into Steve, who's got ace-jack offsuit. And Steve gets out of the way.
He hasn't played a lot of hands lately.
No, he has not. Mike now also with king-queen. Just got some chips to help him stay alive, and he's going to make the call. He wants to see this flop. MGM Bob just went all in with his ace-king of diamonds and took down the blinds, plus a bet. Now Terry with pocket fives. He's going to go all in.
Actually, with his two opponents both sharing cards, gives him better options.
It sure
than he may
does.
have against two players
Oh,
with
my
an all-in
goodness.
small pair.
He's ahead going into the flop.
And he picks up a gut shot straight, too.
Yes. And nothing really here for these other two players.
Uh,
Oh, and now the king comes.
One of the two available kings. Terry still has outs.
He does still have outs.
But let's see what happens with the two copy hands here. How are they going to play it? Karen bets, and instantly Mike goes all in. Tough spot for Karen. She left some fold equity there. She can get away from this hand. She's thinking, what does my opponent have that he would make an instant shove?
Thursday, I was like 6 away.
That was in the play too. Not this Thursday.
She gives a good rub, don't
She knows Mike was in a relative short stack. She's also in a short stack. So that tends to open up the range a little bit.
Anytime you get a seat, you gotta tell me.
So it's hard to lay down top pair with a queen kicker here.
One on 15.
When you're short stack, you're hoping to get a hand that's at least that good.
Tell Louie I said take care of him.
She's thinking about it.
47.
I'm buttoned though. I'm buttoned.
I know I saw it, that's why I came.
I don't like you.
Quiet.
How's it?
Raise our volume a little bit to make up. Quiet.
Never beat me.
I have never beaten you. You're absolutely right.
Trying to get some information from her opponent with a little bit of table talk. She lays it down.
She lays it down, and she's going to be quite disheartened to see that king-queen.
And a 6, no help. Goodbye, Terry. Nice try.
Yeah,
Nice play today.
always a pleasure, Terry.
Just
Terry's a regular here at the Reserve, playing tournaments on a regular basis.
Just didn't run Terry's way today.
No, he and his wife.
Yeah, you two are better with that. I agree with you. I agree with you.
You were still right, I still didn't beat you.
So we've got a dead small here, big only, and Karen is that big only who just laid down a chop pot to Mike, who made a really good move there. And Mike gets a little bit of breathing room here.
I'll live another day. Build it up like I do.
Good folk, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, him and I have history. He's never beat me in hands. I'm like,
I've seen
if
you dominate.
I don't think I'm ever gonna beat
No,
you.
I
no.
thought maybe you flopped a set.
I mean, the history's over now. He just beat you in a hand.
Yep.
Yep. He's got you.
Listen.
Players talking about their
Yeah.
history of playing against one another.
Yeah, true.
Marta now with pocket sixes.
We could have stopped
She
that.
is the low stack here,
That's what you had, though.
26,000,
Raise to
King
12.
10 or-
and she's going to raise it up to 12.
Wow, that's interesting.
That's very interesting.
How much you got in your hand?
MGM Bob and Marta know each other pretty well, and he asks, how much he's got left.
Left-handed or on a 10-minute break.
That signal there means that we're coming up on a break here.
Still need 'em.
And Marta's raise goes through.
Well, that was an interesting play. Most players, I think, would have just went all in. And she just left herself a few chips back just in case.
Oh, we can't look at our phones. Even up
Oh, really, Neil? I didn't know that.
I didn't know.
Well, there we go. There's the clock for the break. I think Mike and I are going to take a quick break as well. Please don't go very far. We have a lot of poker action to bring you, a lot of information about what's left here for the Millie, other tournaments coming up, and we greatly appreciate everybody joining us tonight. We certainly would appreciate you hitting the like button. We're well over 50 now, and we're going to be going here, Mike, right until the end, till we get down to 24 players. But right now, let's take a little break, come back,
Sure enough.
and bring our fans some more great poker action here at the
We would
Reserve.
love to do it, and you can see on the screen, and all the players have this information. You can see there are 63 entrants remaining over on the left-hand side, and you can also see the average chip stack, and that's information that's posted throughout the room so that all the players have constantly updated information about who's left in the tournament and the average chip stack, so they can assess where they sit in the tournament. So, folks, thank you very much for joining in today. Please don't leave us.
We'll see you soon.
Very good.
Yeah. We live yet? Yes, we are. Yeah. And thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around. As you can see on the clock there, we've got a minute and a half until we get back to this action. We've got a feature table for our Day 1F, the Millie. 236 entries today. You can see on the board there are 62 players left. We also have a couple of sit-and-goes going tonight. We were just slammed busy today, so we did not have our satellite tonight. We have another satellite coming up on Tuesday night. That will be the last satellite of the Millie here at the Reserve. And we're going to be back to this action very shortly. Just going to clear up something real quick on the chat room. For those of you who haven't been to the Reserve, no, we do not have just one toilet. Might be confusing us with another poker room there. We have facilities here, both men and women. And as Forrest Gump would say, that's all I'm going to say about that. In the meantime, 62 likes. Please hit that like button. I'm here calling the shots tonight with my good friend Mike Flynn. And the action has been very entertaining here tonight. This has just been an electrifying day here at the Reserve.
And there is still a lot of poker left to play, Vic.
Still a lot of poker left to play.
I see another sit-and-go has started out in the main room. People working on getting a discounted entry into another Day 1 next weekend. Still 3 more opportunities there, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, correct?
That's correct. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well, and then there's 2 actually on Saturday. There's a...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, there's a Saturday evening. There is a turbo. But right now, let's get back to the action here. And the blinds are now at 4, 8, and 4. Easy money, Brian Patton.
Makes a pretty big raise there.
He's got about 12 big blinds left right now. He's got ace-10, and he's going to raise this up to 30,000. Back over to Miles, who folds. And so first hand after the break for Brian Patton.
Look at there, some easy money. Ha ha. Brian's got a little smirk on his face, which he normally does. Usually he's pretty happy when he's playing. Always happier when you're raking in chips. Aren't we all, Vic?
Yeah.
Aren't we happier when we're raking in chips?
Oh, absolutely. We've got Adam in the box here. Marshall now under the gun. He's our table chip leader here by a significant amount. There's the nemesis for Marta. She is low stack here, 35,000.
That might be enough to entice her to shove it in.
Yeah.
Even though you don't really like doing it in that position.
She's looking at basically just having 4 big blinds left.
Nope.
And nope, she lets it go.
I think that was if she was in a different position, that may have been a hand she would go with.
Right.
Not an early position.
Yeah, she's got, what, 5, 6 players behind her.
That makes it awfully risky.
So I do like that discipline right there. MGM Bob. Gotta love him. Now down to the battle of the blinds. Small blind for Miles. He's going to complete. Option goes to Steve Stout. And he's going to check his option. So we're going to go heads up action between these two. Battle of the blinds. Here comes the flop. This is going to come down to aggression. See who wants to bet this. And they check it. Free card. Jack on the turn. Miles in the lead with his queen, and now a 6 is no help for Steve. This could just go down to showdown. Steve checks it as well. And when it comes to the Battle of the Blinds, this time Miles is going to take it down and now has the button. Neil.
Neil's almost as funny on the chat as he is live.
Oh, that's I don't know. He's
Almost, I said.
almost.
Almost.
There's, look at that, nice camera work there by the chosen one. Tyler doing a pan out and a swing to the left.
Still a lot of action going in there.
Buddha still in it there. You can see Panda just trying to pick out some faces I recognize real quick. Getting caught up with the graphics here, and now a Battle of the Blinds, and it's going to be Steve with Ace King of Hearts. And he's going to raise it up. The bet is 25,000 in the big blind. Marshall getting out of the way. And he's going to show everybody that Ace King of Hearts.
Look here, chip leader. If I raise you in small blind and you're big blind, don't think I'm trying to steal. I got something. You just should stay out of my way. Setting it up for later. You got to remember that and see if he tries to steal later on. And Mike has pocket kings. Let's see how he plays these. Cutting out some raising chips. Makes a relatively small raise. 8,000 blinds, he only makes it 20. Queen Jack says no thank you.
Back around to the big blind. Marta with Queen 4.
She's only got 23,000. Cost her 12 to call. Got to fold.
Yeah, folds that. And Mike,
Look for a
who
better
was down
opportunity.
to, I believe, around 30,000, at least below 40,000, now starting to make, starting to build a stack. And you mentioned earlier when he was in that hand with the King Queen, the momentum really, that was kind of a momentum changer for him.
And it happens.
And it
truly
does happen. Yeah. There's 11,800,000 chips in play, and we're down to, I believe, 62 players, somewhere around there, which means the average chip stack is 190,000 here for the day 1F. Blinds are at 4, 8, and 4.
You know, I'll tell you, Vic, speaking about momentum change, there's one of the regular players here. I don't know if you know this or not. I won't mention his name because I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but everybody knows him.
Yeah.
Was down in one of the day ones to either 12 or 14,000. I don't know the exact number.
Yeah.
It had one of those momentum changer hands.
Yeah.
Ended up bagging it over 600,000.
Wow.
So talk about the chip in a chair story. There it is.
Absolutely.
And it was a hand that was that momentum changer. He doubled or tripled up, and then just things changed from there. His whole tournament turned around.
And here's a raise from Miles to 22,000, 14,000 for Brian Patton if he wants to be a part of this with the Jack 9 of diamonds. And Brian Patton is one of those players that does not like folding on the big blind. He loves to protect his blinds.
In normal tournaments, he would have made that call.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, another story like that, a good friend of mine and to the Toledo poker world, Mark Hopkins, was down to 50,000. He wound up bagging, I believe, close to $1 million and around $1 million. Mike, you know I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I got a little verklempt the other night when he made it. Mark's been through a tough time here, recently losing his wife.
Oh, no.
And so that was a big shot in the arm for him. And I know a lot of his friends here in Toledo are very excited for him going into day 2. Now, MGM Bob, pocket nines. raising up to 20,000.
Last time he had 9s, he shoved it with it.
This time he's under the gun, so he's going to make a healthy raise.
Much different position.
Brian Patton now, pocket queens, pushing all in.
And a call.
And a quick call there from Bob. We're going to go queens against 9s.
On the 9s.
Adam, a.k.a. the professor, is going to get this pot right, give us this great view, heads-up action. Right now, Brian's got to
Good luck, Bob.
avoid a 9 here
Good luck, Pat.
to stay
Good
alive.
luck, both of you. There you go. How about that?
Miles says, good luck to both of you.
I thought he was all.
Oh,
Pat's all.
I'm all.
Okay.
Call.
No help there for MGM Bob. Neither is that. A 9 and a 9 only, and it doesn't come. And Brian Patton,
Normally it goes the other way, but
and a big smile there from Easy Money Brian Patton. Baloo, that shot that you saw was Scotty Wynn. We have 4 other players on of murals. We got Johnny Chan. We've got Doyle Brunson, Danu Negreanu, and the Brat,
Phil Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Yeah, Baloo, it's a beautiful mural.
Custom hand painted. They really are nice.
Yes, the same. If you've ever seen some now famous picture of the silos that are along the Maumee River, close to downtown Toledo, there's a beautiful mural on these. What were there? 60-foot, 70-foot silos, or 90-foot silos,
they're
something
big,
like
they're
that. And it's just beautiful. And we were fortunate enough for him to come in about a year ago. I think he started those because we had them complete when we had Scotty Wynn here almost a year ago.
Well, the others were there, and Scotty was added when.
And Scotty was
Wynn
added.
tournament
Yeah,
was there
yeah.
in his honor. Miles
So here
raises with King Queen.
Yeah. And that aggression is going to pay off for Miles here. We've got an average chip stack here of 190,000. Did he just?
MGM just went all in with his Jack Deuce.
Oh, my.
I didn't know what you had, for sure.
And a snap call here.
oh, wait a minute. What else is there? Oh, there it is. There it is.
You know, he's only 2 to 1 dog. And a jack.
And a jack right in the window here. Oh, and a queen now for Miles. And that ace is no help, and that's going to be it for MGM Bob. I know he's a big crowd favorite. We have not seen the last of MGM Bob. We will see him again here.
Well, he thought he had life when that jack
He was,
came out on the
yep.
flop. And we'll probably see a new player here. We're down to 59, as you can see from the graphic. We're very close. Now 56. We're very close to what I think is a very significant time in the tournament when you get to
Yeah, I should have called that.
2 to 1.
Yeah,
Exactly double the players that are going to make it.
I mean, I look terrible going
exactly.
In my mind, play seems to change a little bit then.
I agree.
Now a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people start thinking about the path to survival. And some people are simply thinking about, I want the biggest bag I can get. Steve's thinking about this King 10. He hasn't played a whole lot of hands lately, but he's going to raise it. And you saw Marshall, a chip leader, with a copy hand. He laid it down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna start chipping a tray right now. Then I'll chip it. Or I'll call it whatever. 7-5 off, I mean, 7-5 suited maybe.
And with the blinds at 4, 8, and 4, nice pot there. That's 16,000 in profit for Steve.
Yeah, 20. He
Yeah.
didn't care about you guys.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
No small blind, just leave it alone.
I was giving you isolation.
Yeah.
There you go. You should be thinking.
I wish I had a pair or something, or an ace, something.
Reasonable.
No, I believe, I mean, for sure, I'm just kidding.
Sarge, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Sorry to hear your son didn't make it to day 2 yet. There are still
I'm feeling it right now, though.
basically 4 more day 1s here at the reserve. Marta now.
She's got an ace, and she's down to 19,000.
Only the wizard ones that I have.
She's thinking about it, lays it down.
Lays it down, and fortunately for her, she would have been up against Ace King of Clubs from Easy Money Brian Patton.
He makes it 30,000. Karen keeps looking for a hand to play those last few chips. Miles got an ace. What's he going to do?
I don't know. He and Brian love mixing it up here, but not this time. He's going to let it go.
Ooh, that's so good. You only had ace deuce and I
I'm not full of it every time.
The Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio. Live streaming tonight. A featured table. We're going to be here until we get down to our 24 players, moving on to
You get some free
day 2.
cost you nothing.
Then our next live stream we will have Tuesday night.
You got 0.
Our 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game. We will not have cash game live streams Thursday or Saturday of next week.
You can see from the chip count here, both Karen and Marta are down to desperation mode.
Yes, this is desperation
One
moment for
hand left
them.
to play.
Raised to 17 pounds.
Marshall's back to the pressure. Interesting, though. He's first to act, and he decides to come out with a raise there
Yeah.
with a king 5. He backed off the pressure here for the last couple of orbits. And we got a new player coming in.
Call.
Miles needs 13,000 to complete. He's just a little bit above the average chip stack right now. He's in the small blind, not great position, so he wisely lets that go. Steve is probably going to get out of the way here with the 6-3 unless he gets froggy, but nope.
Yeah.
So we've got 3-handed. Chipzilla in there as Marshall is going to be first to act, and here comes the flop.
And he hits his king.
And
Top
he
pair.
hits his king.
Brian hits second pair. This could be trouble with an ace kicker.
No, last week.
Pocket 8s, there's 2 overcards. For sure Marshall's going to come out and bet.
27.
That's 27 into a 67 pot.
Now, Brian has hit a piece of this. He's got second pair with ace kicker. He takes a look down at his chip stack. He is above the average chip stack right now, but
Oh,
he
wow.
lets that go.
What a
Wow.
disciplined laydown.
Very disciplined laydown, and this pot is going to go to Marshall, our chip leader here, at least at the feature table.
Harley Hamden asked a question on the stream, was the satellite rescheduled? The one tonight, yes it was. It was not held tonight.
Right.
It's going to be held Tuesday night in place of the normal Tuesday night tournament. And
Right.
we expect to have a full house for that satellite, for sure.
Yes, in particular because that'll be the last satellite here, at least at the reserve in Toledo. And we do have some sit and goes. We've got a couple going tonight. That's a $110 buy-in. Some people call them turbos, sit and goes. Turbos and sit and goes the same thing?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
The sit and go is one
Just
table.
one table.
The turbo
Yeah.
has to do with the timing of the
The
blinds.
timing of the overall, yeah.
But typically, sit and goes are more of a turbo because
Correct.
you want them to go quicker.
Right.
People like fast turnaround in those.
Yes. Here's a player in seat 1 I am not familiar with, and again, you can imagine 236 entries today. A lot of people in the room that are brand new to the reserve. We saw people from northern Minnesota, Florida, Texas, Pennsylvania, all around the Midwest as well. Chicago. Being a Chicago guy, I had conversations with a couple of Chicago players today. And now Marshall in the big blind. Ace Jack, I expect a raise here.
And I think your prediction's about to come true, Mr. Vic. There you go.
48,000 is the bet.
That's a big raise.
I'm less scared. You don't have those 18K stacks. Full.
Yeah, he was trying to make it look like he had more when he did the team.
Thanks, buddy. See ya.
And this time Marshall is not going to share,
Oh, yeah, go for it.
not going to show.
9,000.
So far, I'm very impressed with this young man. We are down to 56 players. You look up in the top right-hand corner.
I'll say no.
Regular update from Tyler, the chosen one. Doing a great job in the producer's office. Giving us this great show as we have live streams here typically 3 nights a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays for cash games. Utilizing our live stream for our bigger events as well. But just a reminder, if you want to be in one of the cash game live streams, it's as easy as picking up the phone.
Mike lays down his pocket threes.
Karen now, this is her all-in moment. She's down to 9,000. She's got Jack 8 of diamonds.
And she was in the cutoff, so she had decent position to make that move.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's behind the chip leader.
25 total.
And Steve is going to try to isolate here and raise this up. Marta is going to come in. Look at all the diamonds that we saw, though. My goodness.
5 out of 6.
Yeah.
He's good.
Mr. Josh Black in the box. Doing a great job. Going to get this side pot set up. And Steve is in very good position here to take out 2 players. At this point, the pot size really doesn't matter to Steve. This is an opportunity to take a couple players out.
Yeah, you
And when you're at
advance.
this level in the tournament, that's really,
2 players closer to day 2.
yeah,
And that's part of the strategy in a tournament like this.
yeah.
You need to take players out to advance.
The wheel spins.
Ace, king, 9.
You never know.
And 2 pair there, ace, queen for Steve, and he's going to take out 2 players here.
That's a situation where
2
Like-
local, not local, but 2 ladies that have played quite a bit here at the reserve, unfortunately.
like I say occasionally, sometimes the best hand going in actually wins the chips. Doesn't always happen, but sometimes. Yep, we lost 2 of our ladies, so we'll be getting some new players in here as we rebalance the tables.
There's a lot of clubs that you would appreciate. You know, even like
We're at 71 likes. I know we can quickly get to 100. Thank you very much for those of you who stuck it out during the break and those of you who come back, and for those of you who are just joining, particularly if this is the first time you've joined us, please hit the like button and also be sure to hit that subscribe button. And when you subscribe, if you hit the bell, you will get notifications when we're coming on live.
Right there, Brian.
It's a good thing to know during tournament time. Mike now, last hand he had pocket 3s, this time under the gun with pocket 4s. And he lets those go as well. And Steve gets another nice hand here. You talk about momentum shifting.
Let's see how he plays it.
Yeah, he is right around the average chip stack, a little bit below, and he's going to raise this up in the cutoff.
What's up, dude? I gave you 2 and 6.
Yeah, I just want to know what the big line is.
Over in Brian Patton.
Full.
Not going to play the Doyle.
Good enough.
We had a dead small there, and now we're going to have a dead button.
You got the chips.
Brian Smith, our most excellent floor manager, going out to get a couple more players.
Yeah, I see Neil Brinkman on the chat posing a direct question to me. For those of you that may not know, he says, Mike, are you at peace with being the second best poker player in your family? Jackie is awesome. Jackie would be my bride. And the answer to your question, Neil, is yes, absolutely. I will readily admit that she's a better player. She's the family champ for sure.
Mr. Bob Enright in the house. Actually, Bob, kind of wish you were still out there in the main room, buddy.
20 now.
Dan now with pocket eights under the gun. He's going to raise this up. And is that 20 or 25? That's 20,000.
Dan comes in with a pretty good stack. He's got 153. Had 173 before that, I think. That's how the graphic works. Easy money Brian with a jack 9. Lays it down.
Holds around, go around. All right, so we're going to take her down.
And he's going to take that down. It's one of those bets that you kind of sweat out when you're under the gun with pocket eights.
Exactly.
You come out with a big bet, and the sweat starts to beat up on the forehead a little bit.
You're not happy with any call.
No.
And you're really not happy when the overcards come, which they certainly are going to. They certainly are going to.
185, 189.
Oh, Shane, I couldn't have said that better. Got to have a lot of respect for the game of Mr. Enright.
When you're holding pocket eights,
Yes.
the chances of an overcard showing up on the board are 86%.
Wow.
You're not happy with eights.
My good friend Mike Flynn came prepared tonight with some stats printed up on a sheet of paper, and
How
I
about that?
love
My-
it.
My little cheat sheet there.
I love it.
I'm one of those players that I like the math of the game. I like the personal interaction, and I like being able to get a read on players. But I also like the math behind the game and the statistics and the odds.
Yes.
And the probabilities. To me, that makes it all the more intriguing. And those things kind of guide my play as well as the table temperature and the players. And we've got another new player added to the table here.
Yes, Ice Queen. We've seen her in the live stream before. I don't have the memory, but I know that she was here for a very big tournament and was, I think she did well in that tournament. And now she's back again. You could tell by the graphic up on the right-hand corner we are down to 50 players. And we are up to 79 likes. Very easy for us to get to 100 real quickly. Please hit that like button. And the Ice Queen's going to be under the gun here.
So with 3 new players at the table, it kind of changes the table dynamic here.
Absolutely.
We'll have to see how this particular group of players settles in with one another. And Ice Queen has Pocket Queen.
Pocket Queens, just a little bit below the average chip stack. She's going to raise this up and make it 30,000 with the blinds at 4, 8, and 4. Now Steve with pocket tens. Steve is one of the players that has been here at this feature table from the get-go, and I mean since noon. Ice Queen has spent most of her day, I believe, at table 12.
Yeah, the stream didn't start until 6, but this table has been active since the beginning of the tournament.
This table has been active since we started. And here we go, three-handed to the flop. This could be a big one.
Nobody hits the king. So
The
ice
ice
queen's now second pair. Jeff has one of Steve's tens, and ace is still live. This is interesting. How does this play out? If you got one of the two pocket pairs, you're not happy with the king on the board because you got two callers into a raised pot.
She bets 12,000.
A small feeler bet there.
That is a feeler bet. Where am I? Jeff is a short stack here at this table right now. And he decides to pick another spot and gets out of the way. We're going to go heads up here to the turn. And we know there's only 110 left in the deck.
A little bigger bet this time.
That looks like 35,000, and it is.
About 25% of the pot. Given your opponent great pot odds to make the call. 35 to win 150.
Next hand price will be 5 to 10,000.
But he's faced two bets with an overcard on the board to his tens. He's going to lay it down.
He's going to lay down the tens. Let's see if she's going to show here. She does not. And taking down a nice pot there. This probably put her up above.
Alarm for the next blind. And if that is fine.
Oh, yeah.
Change the rules for
Actually, this
That's
hand
why I
only
tanked
is
that
going to
one.
be 10 and 50,000.
Right, so I'm all in.
Yeah. Well, you will.
So clarification there. She's wondering if that alarm means that the blinds actually are going up this hand or not until next hand. The standard that we use here, just so you know, when you come in to play the reserve, as that buzzer starts to go off, if the dealer is collecting the cards and has the cards in front of him or her, then you stay with the blind level until the next hand.
Yeah, that constitutes the start of the next hand.
That constitutes, yes.
Before the blind levels have increased.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot of players ask that question. It comes up quite often.
It does.
And
A lot of people will think, well, if I get my blinds out right away,
Right.
my
players
big
think if
blind,
they
then
get 'em
it'll
out there
still
on
be the
table,
past one. Yeah.
Doesn't work that way. Not
No,
here.
it doesn't. So the blinds are now at 5, 10, and 5. Marshall, again, continues to be a chip leader here at this table by a significant amount. And Mike now with pocket jacks, he's going to go all in with his remaining 76,000. 66,000 here to call from the ice queen with 5-3 of diamonds in the big blind. She's got a player behind her, a player that raised pre-flop. And I think with this stack, this is going to be
40, 50, 75, 78.
probably the 78 is the actual amount. And yeah, Marshall's going to make this call.
53 more to call.
And an opportunity to take a player out of the tournament. He
makes
the call.
Jacks are ahead, but King Queen is not that far behind.
No, not that far behind at all. Mr. Josh Black, look at this great view that we get. Here comes the flop. Marshall still with outs, and that's one of them.
Down to 2 jacks. Doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen. And that's going to be it for Mike now.
Just goes to show you. Those pocket pair against 2 overcards, boy, it's anybody's guess as to who's going to win that hand.
Yeah,
you just
it
never
really
know.
is.
Let the bad players play.
When you're running this good,
No, you're right about that.
Yeah, Steve, you make a good point. He points over to Marshall and says, when you're running this good, and yeah, we have just seen Marshall running well, but we have also seen Marshall play his big stack very, very well. He's picked some really good spots. He's made some very good laydowns. Rob now coming in with 574,000 in chip. He's got a mystery hand here. Didn't quite make it into the box.
So now our chip leader at the table has some competition.
He has
now.
some competition.
He's no longer the monster stack.
Yeah.
That changes the dynamic of the table for sure.
Bulls 22 is going to be the winner. There you go, press. Buttons is spot 2. Lines right there. Best of luck, everybody. We'll see you next time.
thank you, sir.
Very well.
And we've got a dealer change coming in. Thank you, Mr. Black. Great job. And here comes Daniel, also known as Danielson.
Spice?
The button is on the Ice Queen. Shane, you bring up a good point. You've got to win those coin flips.
Down to 50 players.
And, what was it, Tyler back there? There is a 22.
You're allowed to raise 2 hands.
Get ready for 3 and 1.
You got Rob with a mystery hand that's raised it up to 22,000.
Do people see that?
No. We played a lot of Omaha together, didn't we? Back in
Miles lets it go. Steve with a 7-6. Does he want to defend?
I would go with it.
Probably not.
Oh my gosh, that was like millions of years ago.
Nope. He lays it down. So Rob picks up the blinds and the antes there.
Catch game ever. I would go come back every day. I love this so much.
With a nice early position raise.
Is it hard to shuffle those?
They're something a little stiffer.
It's hard to look at them, so I'm assuming it's hard to shuffle.
Yeah, they're almost so big, they're just like.
They're big, they're thick, they're bulky.
Yeah. It's like the seniors in that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my eyes went like, when I first saw them again today, I was like, I forgot how ginormous these are.
Raise 25. You can see the better than the Does it have bigger cards?
Easy money
I
pet. He
appreciate
kicks it up
that.
with ace 10.
I'm not gonna,
25 to go.
see, I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Okay.
Ice queen with deuce 5. I think that's 2 hands in a row with baby cards. King 5 says no thank you. Let's see what a chip leader is going to do. No.
Nope.
At least at this table.
Brian Patton continues to.
He's slowly but surely.
He's
heading to the
He's
stack.
doing really well at this feature table. He came in here somewhat of a low stack, lost a couple of big hands, but now he's back up around average chip stack.
And he's playing very disciplined poker. Saw him lay down
No, they moved the table.
second pair queen here a few hands ago. That was a very disciplined play for Brian.
Oh, the final.
No, there'll
Oh,
just
just
be
like
like
this
one out here.
Oh,
Then you want yeah.
Gotcha.
I thought it was weird because they already had this one going on. Like, you could have just kept those two at the very end.
And that's it for Dan. He says, I'm going to push all in here with my ace-6 of spades.
Yeah, I remember the first
See if I can't get some magic going here. Marshall now with ace-jack of clubs.
I think that's an easy call for Marshall.
Needs 54 to call. And if you'd notice that this is Rob's fourth mystery hand, I just clarified that he had been putting him in the wrong box, but the chosen one has fixed that. We're going to see this change here in a couple of hands, so thanks again, Tyler. Appreciate it. And here we go. Ace-6 of spades. Ace-jack of clubs, a 3-1 favorite here.
Both got suited aces.
Danielson, great job getting this view set up for us. See if this is Jeff's tournament life at stake. Here comes the flop. And a couple of spades.
Now it makes it real interesting.
Oh, and he does not. Flops almost the world there.
No kidding. I think
But,
Marshall made the straight, actually.
Yes.
Not that it mattered.
No.
His ace-jack was still in the lead if his opponent didn't pair up.
Right.
Or make that flush draw.
Do they know we have?
And there's a shot of our main room. You can see that the players are just dwindling down a little bit. We still have quite a few players active.
This is on TV.
Yeah, Shane, we've got the, we should have the card situation, the reader situation worked out here
Now,
for Bob in seat 6.
At my expense.
Sorry about that confusion.
Make fun of me.
My expense. That's always good. Yeah, that was my expense.
Then you guys.
You playing here a lot.
We still have a sit and go going back there in the corner.
Yeah, and we still have Buddha staying alive there in table 8.
Look at my chips.
I look even harder.
Quit looking at my chips.
Marshall now
Yeah, you can
on the button in position, ace-10 offsuit. Rob with king 3.
I played with it before. I think that's pretty
And a raise to 22,000, just a little over 2x, just 12,000 here for easy money Brian Patton to make this call. And Marshall says, I don't like to see you call. And a big smile. Oh,
Look at
my goodness. And we go check, check, and we get a free card.
23.
And it only gets better here for Brian Patton, who bets 23,000. An open-ender here now for Marshall with, no.
He's got a
He's
gut
got a
shot
gut
8.
shot.
And if the 8 comes, it makes Brian a full house.
Yes.
Imagine what happens if an 8 comes.
And a nice pot brewing here with the check mark already at Brian Patton's, and the 4 of spades means nothing. Let's see if he can get some more value out of this. 38,000 is the bet. Just over a third of the pot.
Well, just imagine what would have happened if an 8 came on the river. Wow. The only thing he can beat is a bluff. He's thinking, is easy money capable of making a triple barrel bluff at me?
Oh, look at this. He's reaching for calling chips. Is he going to make this call?
You know what that means?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Late
Probably 10. That means 8.
Notice how he put the calling chips in his hand and then glanced over at Brian to try to gauge his reaction.
And he makes the call.
Yeah, right. Most of them have been 10:30ish.
And now a dent in the armor there for Marshall and a big hand for Brian Patton.
Wow, that's a huge pot.
Continues to build his stack up. The patented mumble from Brian Patton, but this time it's with a smile. Those of you who have played with or dealt to Brian Patton, you know very well what I'm talking about.
Now I can only double you up one.
Down to 45 players, playing down to 24. We're past the magic point. Now if you're sitting there, you're thinking, 1 out of 2 of us.
1 out of 2.
I just got to beat less than half the field.
Yeah.
It's a whole different mental image than sitting down there saying, I got to beat 9 out of 10. Now I just got to beat 1 out of 2.
Yeah, I like that. I like it.
Dan this time with a mystery hand. Not sure what happened there, folks, but we're heads up between Dan and Rob. Rob's going to bet this out and take this down. Good position bet.
Very nicely done.
Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is day 1F of our $1 million prize pool guarantee, a joint venture between ourselves and Mad River Poker Room in Dayton, Ohio. 236 entries today, so 24 players are going to move on to day 2.
Nobody's picking up much of anything here.
No.
Brian doesn't even think about making a button move.
Dan's going to complete. Calls the 5,000. Ice Queen now her option in the big blind with ace-5 of diamonds.
We haven't seen Ice Queen play too many hands. And passes on the option.
She checks her option. Here we go. Heads up. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
2 diamonds against 3 of a kind. Let's see how this plays out.
Dan checks, letting some, trying to figure out what Ice Queen's going to do here. She's going to bet and a call. Oh, my goodness.
Ice Queen makes the flush. Dan still has 7 outs to make his full house, but he's way behind now.
He does check. Now Ice Queen. What will be the bet sizing here?
Pretty
that
big.
Looks like 60,000. And it is. And a push all in from Dan. Dan still has 7 outs. This could be a very big hand here for Ice Queen.
Dan needed to make that move before the 3rd diamond came to have a chance to get his opponent out. But I don't think Ice Queen was laying that hand down no matter what.
No, and she needs to avoid 7 outs here.
Let's see what the river brings.
Wow. Nice job, Daniel's son. Hang on, folks. Here it comes. Here's the river. And has not helped Dan, and he is eliminated. And a big pot there. For Ice Queen.
That's heartbreaking when you flop 3 of a kind and you can't make the hand. Somebody else draws a flush out on you. You're thinking, wow, I got this silly Jack 6. I normally would have never played it. Maybe I'm going to get a big blind special here. You flop 3 of a kind and you lose to a flush.
Yeah.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yes, it is.
What seat are you coming on to?
And we are now down to, I believe, around 42 players. You can see Buddha there, table 8.
Do they count your chips or not?
And I think with his back to us, I think that's George Rodriguez.
I believe it is, yes.
Right there.
Yep.
Panda also at that table.
I hope so. Here, you want to count? I'll look.
3 regulars here at the reserve.
Average chip stack now is around 280,000. Steve is below that. Marshall about double that. And Rob even more so. And Brian's going to get froggy here, as Brian Patton likes to do. Blinds are 5, 10, and 5. It looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Or maybe he didn't know it was on him. I don't know, Mike. What do you think?
You're giving him a little grief about taking his time to make the play there.
So I wasn't the only one saying it.
And we've got a new player coming in with 671,000. No stranger to our tournament live stream.
Wow. I wanted to play though, but then you guys got on my
And Miles gets a walk there. And he's more than happy to take that.
Like, you have to be tough as nails.
Everybody got a bunch of chips in here.
This is definitely a feature table for a reason. still running hot like that? Or
They were
I
like,
know
we're not
there,
getting enough
you
viewers.
were every
Let's bring
hour.
programs.
That's right.
Somebody's
Stir it up.
This table is way too quiet.
Stir it up.
Still got some pretty good action going on in the main room.
Yeah, we've got some pretty good serious players out there as well.
Well, this is a serious tournament.
This is a serious
Certainly.
tournament.
For serious
$200,000 guarantee for first place. At the pace we're setting between ourselves and Mad River, we're going to crush that.
Oh yeah, blow that right out of the water.
Rob now,
I prefer to play in silence.
Ace King of Hearts, he's going to raise it up to 17,000. Ice Queen gets out of the way. Miles not having any of it, and this is going to go through. And Rob's going to take down the small and big blind in the ante, which is no small feat. Another 20,000 on top of that big stack he's got.
Get you through another round of the table without changing your chip stack. Basically, you got a free orbit coming.
Oh, I think so. No, ace 10 still.
Don't have a good track record with ace 10. Let's put it that way.
I don't like that hand either.
We have quite a nice viewership going.
I mean, I'm like,
My screen is telling me we've got 176 people watching the stream. So thank you all very much for tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the show here for our Midwest $1 Million tournament put on by the Reserve and Mad River jointly. And I would ask you this.
Tell 'em tall tale.
Please hit that like button. We really appreciate when you do. If you're watching, please hit the like button. It helps the club. It helps the algorithm with YouTube to be able to get better presentation here for the streams. So please, doesn't cost you anything. It's real easy. It's one little push. The thumbs up button, just give her a push for us if you would.
We've got a mystery hand here from Miles. He does make the call after a raise to 25,000 from Greg, who brought over a big stack with him. 646,000. Marshall wants to look this up with what we call the Dorothy, but it's suited. Queen 3 of spades, and here comes the flop.
and then we'll be like,
And a 3 right in the window.
Oh boy.
Again, we don't know what Miles has, and Marshall is first to act. He checks it. Continuation bet here from Greg. Miles gets out of the way, whatever it was. And the bet is 55,000.
So if you're Marshall, what were you hoping to hit when you played the Queen 3? You caught a piece of it. Now what do you do?
That's a really good question.
Were you hoping to hit spades? Yeah, he's going to go along. If a queen comes, it's going to get interesting real quick.
But now a third heart comes.
And a pair of deuces. Let's see if Greg decides to take another stab at it.
He's going to check this. And we're going to go to the river, and a queen.
It is a queen.
Oh, my.
Look out.
Marshall is just running so well here on this feature table.
Boy, oh boy. How does he play it? Does he check it, or does he bet? His opponent checked behind him on the turn.
He's got to bet this.
It's already 195 in the pot. I agree, he does,
Yeah.
but how much?
75,
60,
80,
70, something like that?
I was going to say 75.
Bigger.
112,000 is the bet. Back over to Greg.
I don't see any way Greg gets away from that. He stayed for 2 streets hoping to hit one of his overcards, and he did.
We're all trying to be quiet.
And he does
And a
call.
call.
Boy, and I said, watch out if a queen comes.
Yeah, and it did. Wow.
With the perfect scenario.
Yes. And Marshall,
For
who had
Marshall.
been the chip leader at this table for so long, then lost that title to a couple of other players. Now he is the chip leader again here at the feature table.
When it's running good for you, it's running good.
Yeah, no kidding.
All poker players just hope for a night like that, especially in a big event like this.
Yes, we did fill the Super Bowl tournament for tomorrow. That has sold out sometime today. So we've got 100 players coming in. Doors open at 4 p.m. Tournament starts at 5. It's a $10,000 prize pool guarantee. $260 buy-in. 100 of that goes to the squares.
As well as $10,000 being given away on the squares.
And $10,000 in the squares. And I believe there's a high hand. There's also food and beverages. Now that it's 100 players, it will be closed just to those 100. However, tomorrow night at around 8 o'clock, we'll be opening the doors to the public because there'll probably, more than likely, be some cash games going.
I expect there will be.
Yep. And there's another walk. This time for Bob. Rob.
We don't have limit games run here very often, but both my mother-in-law and father-in-law, Maverick and Joanne, are going to be here at the party.
Yeah.
And they love Omaha High-Low.
Oh, really?
So I told them, and we had that game here for a while.
Yeah.
I told them, as people start getting knocked out of the tournament, we'll see if we can gin up some interest in an 08 limit game tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad I heard that. I'll
game.
see if I can't help get some interest generated in that for tomorrow.
So that's not a promise that the game's going to run. It's all a matter of what the players here would like to play, because the reserve will spread just about any game you ask for.
And when you're running well, you're running well. Marshall now picks up pocket aces. He's got 2 players behind him, the small and the big blind. Blinds are 5, 10, and 5. What does he do?
He makes a little small raise,
Makes
making
it
it look
25.
like it's button aggression.
And Rob going to get froggy here with the 10-4 clubs. He's going to raise it up to 85,000. We got 2 big stacks that are going to go at it here.
How does Marshall play this? Does he just call, or does he 4-bet?
Raise.
He 4-bets.
$255 is the bet. Rob now got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Can he pull it out and get away from this?
He's getting 2-1 on his call, but he's just thinking, oh my gosh, I got 4-bet and I 3-bet with a 10-4. I guess I better get away from it.
We could have had like a whole 1.2 million pot right there.
I was not opposed. I'll be
Really?
honest.
I was.
I like that exchange right there. Rob says we could have had a huge pot there. Marshall's reply was, I was hoping we would.
I was ready. I was like, if I get sucked out.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, thank you for the comment there about Maverick and Joanne. Yep, they are fantastic people. I would agree with you. Well, we are inching closer and closer to who's going to make it to day 2. We're down to 38 players.
Literally the last 2 people on that table.
We all know this.
The last 2.
Only 14 left.
Who knew that we would be sitting next to each other one day and not across?
Okay, we've got Battle of the Blinds here.
And nobody really has much of anything.
And just the Jack High is going to take it down.
How often does a Jack High win a pot?
Right.
Not very often, does it?
You're a big one, sir.
I like to say when we see some of those hands played out on the main floor or just playing, I'll say, well, that's a hand that you're not going to see on TV when it's WPT or something like that, because they do the editing. That's where I came up with the idea that this is unadulterated poker. It may be a 15-minute delay, but there's no manipulation here. You are seeing it fresh.
Yeah, you folks are seeing everything as it happens. There's nothing cut out. There's no editing. This is the game. You see every single hand, every single play. And we're going to have changing the table temperature here. We've got some new players coming in.
Yes. And two very familiar faces here from the Toledo area.
I think the game changes a little bit when you go from 6-7 handed back to 9 handed.
Oh, Nick, did I miss that? Was that the 5?
Oh,
Took it down? Could be.
Okay.
Sorry. It's unadulterated poker, Neil. What can I say?
11 and a half.
Rich coming into seat 1. Marshall now with pocket 8s. He limps in, opening the door for some aggression, and there it is from Rob. I'm sorry, Marshall did raise it up to 23,000. And the call.
Nobody hits anything they were looking for there. The 8s are still in the lead.
And there goes a check. No help for Rob. Marshall with the check mark. Let's see what happens here betting-wise, though.
You're not feeling good about pocket 8s with 3 overcards on the board.
So Rob's going to take a stab at this. And he takes it down. And we're starting to get a sense of how Rob got those chips. Aggressive play. He has been he's been aggressive. He's picked his spots in the short amount of time that we've seen him on the live stream. On the feature table, 98 likes. Hey, just a couple more. Who's going to be number 100? Yeah, Rich coming into seat 1. Rich is a longtime player here, poker player, tournaments and cash game in the Toledo area. I've known Rick for a long time. We've seen Rick do quite well in our big tournaments in the past. And let's see if Rob wants to keep up this aggression. Looks around, decides, nope, not this time. Couple of mooses being folded. We call that the moose, the 8-5. Now Hoops has got the 8-5 in the small blind. And he's going to complete. And Rich in the big blind, Jack-10 offsuit. And he's going to make a raise.
32.
He's going to put 20,000 on top and make the bet. 32,000. 20,000 more to call. And nice aggression there from Rich. He's going to take that down. The small, the big. Actually, 2 bigs and an ante. And with the blinds at 6, 12, and 6. That's a nice profit. Oh, just like that, we're at 109 likes. Thank you so much, everybody.
I folded him like 20 times.
He's like, I'm not there. But he's still betting.
Down to 36 players. We need a baker's dozen here. Actually, a baker's dozen is 13, excuse me. But we need a dozen, and then we will be down to 24 players. Mike and I are not going anywhere until we get to that point. So stay with us, everybody. Our next live stream will be the cash game Tuesday night, which is a 5-5-10 no-limit hold'em cash game. Marshall now close to 900,000 in chips. He's got ace-king offsuit.
27.
And he raises it up. 27,000 is the new bet. And I've noticed Marshall's betting numbers here when he's coming out pre-flop with a raise. Not quite 3x. And he stays consistent with that bet sizing. Hoops now with pocket 4s, and he's deciding to go all in here.
Oh, you didn't start?
Ice queen, big blind, already in for 18,000 between the big blind and the ante, but she's going to let that go. Now back over to Marshall. Marshall's got a player right behind him who called his raise. 148,000 for Marshall to call. And now a raise on top of that to try to isolate, and it works. Bob gets out of the way, and we're going to go heads up. This is going to be Hoops Day 1F, tournament life at stake with the fours against the ace-king. Shane, you called it earlier. You want to run deep in these tournaments. You've got to win the coin flips. Danielson, what a great view. Nice job. And here it comes. Here's the flop. Marshall still behind with that ace-king. That is not one of his outs, but he's got 7 now going to the river. And the fours hold up for Hoops.
The way you've been looking at so lucky right now. He's sucking out like crazy.
Absolute shock.
And a big smile there from Hoops. And we've got a dealer change coming in.
I show up to a table and everybody's like, this guy's saying everything, and I do not believe them.
And then a shot of the main room, down to 36 players. We've got a dozen to go, Mike.
I'm like, well, let's see.
It's getting close.
And look at the high step there, for the nice little skip step there from Smoke. He must be feeling pretty good.
It looks like he's still in.
He looks pretty happy there. He is still in it.
Anybody that's in it at this point in time should be happy,
Yep.
I would say.
I do know. It's not that. I don't ever believe anybody.
110 likes. Thank you very much. One of our traveling dealers coming in. He's a regular traveler for us. We have seen Litz almost, I think, from day one when we started using traveling dealers coming in to help us out. We're expecting a very big weekend next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's day ones on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with another day one in the Saturday evening. And if you think it was crowded and high energy today, wait till next weekend. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, though, Super Bowl.
Oh, so am I.
Yeah.
It's good. It's just going to be so much fun.
Yeah. Greg, pocket sixes now.
There's going to be a 100-player tournament. I mean,
It's a 100-player, yeah.
That's
I mean,
a big tournament.
Yeah. It is a good tournament. 10 tables.
More. Oh,
Going to be a lot of fun. Good food from the Wing Depot.
Oh, you let the secret out.
Was that supposed to be a secret?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know if it was a secret or not. I'm just messing with you.
Toby, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Greg raises it up to 27,000, a little better than 2x, and that's enough to go through.
Fold or shove, either one.
Have you noticed, Vic, how previously the typical raise was 3 or 4x?
Yeah.
And as these blinds are now getting up, people don't want to put that many chips at risk now. There's a lot of min raises.
Right.
Or 2x. You're not seeing those 4x raises as much.
You guys jealous you don't have a purse to carry all your stuff
every day.
Half the poker players in here.
Yeah,
have purses
right,
now.
right.
every day? I just pulled them out and do it.
It's a satchel.
As well as your swimsuit.
Right.
With the blinds at 12K, if you're going to make a 4x raise, you're talking just about 50,000. That sounds like a lot of chips to throw
Yeah,
out
it does.
Yes.
there. And Greg's got
Greg.
pocket aces. Look out.
Pocket pairs, 2 in a row. This time the big ones. He's got aces.
Doesn't matter, but
He's going to raise this up.
sometimes it'll pick up the card. 30.
30,000 is the bet.
Not a crisis, but it makes them have to go.
Ice Queen with the nemesis, King Jack. She's comfortably above the average chip stack right now. She has been rather quiet, but dozen players to go. And then you make it into day 2. Do you make this call in position, or is she considering a raise?
They got another one right here. Tell them to use that one.
And she just flat calls.
Steve trying to hang in there.
Going to be heads up. They both got a pretty good stack. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah.
They tell you.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Greg
No.
flops 3 of a kind, and Ice Queen's got a straight draw.
They spelled my name wrong, too.
Oh, that's fine.
Greg checks his option. Back over to Ice Queen.
They don't know. They can't see anybody's card.
She is behind, but she's got 10. Or she's got 4 outs right now.
I don't think that was wrong.
Greg checks, hoping that his opponent caught a piece of that flop.
Yes, and she does check it.
Little
So
does he
here we-
know, he
here
gave
we
her
go
a-
to the,
he gave her a
turn.
free shot at Broadway.
And it's no help.
He's got a bet now, and he does.
Yeah, he does.
65.
Yep, 65,000. I do like this bet sizing. And she folds it,
Ice
lets
Queen
it down.
lays it down.
Be interesting to see if Greg decides to show those aces or not. And nope,
I think wisely does not.
I agree. Of course, I'm a no-show kind of guy anyway.
Every once in a while I may, but only if it's for a specific intent.
Yeah.
If you're playing one of the tournaments and you're sitting there with people that you know all the time and they think they know what you got, sometimes it's just fun to flip it out there and say, oh, you didn't read my hand very well that time.
I'll try them both.
And we're on to the next hand. Easy money lays down a 6-4 suited. Hand you might be tempted to play earlier in the tournament. Now Hoops has an ace-3 suited. Decides to raise. A little more than a min raise. Makes it 25.
Rich now just below the average chip stack, but not by much. Queen Jack of clubs. He looks like he's reaching for calling chips, and he does make the call. But look what's coming. Miles, 177,000. Now you got 177,000. If you're going to raise this up, is there enough in your stack to just make this raise, or is this an all-in moment?
I don't think you have to go all in here to test the strength of your hand. I mean, if you want to take the chance, you got a min raise in front of you and a call.
Well, with a couple players behind you, the other thing to take into consideration is that if you make the raise and then somebody does go all in,
Now you're pot committed.
You have to think that through. This is a chess game, right, Mike?
Of course. In a situation like that, at least in my mind,
Yeah.
if he decides to come out
And
with
here's
a
an
raise,
all-in. Yep.
If he comes out with a raise, it's got to be significant. He's going to be pot committed, and if somebody goes over the top, he's going to have to call. Now he puts everybody to the test, and I don't think he's going to get a call.
I don't think so either. Hoops gets out of the way, and now Rich, more than half his stack to call, and he gets out of the way.
Nice play, Miles.
And Miles, timing in this game is everything. I mean, if you're going to run hot, run cold, run hot, run cold, like everybody does in this game, right now it's a good time. to start picking up some decent pots.
Well, he's in a situation there. He's on the button. He's got a min raise, basically, plus $1,000. Doesn't matter, 1,000 chips.
That is so weird.
And then a flat call.
It's like the mile
So
mark.
not real strength indicators in
My
front
daughter
of you.
texted me, they spelled your name wrong. I said,
And he took advantage. He had a decent hand, and he took advantage of his position. And here we can see where we're at with our chip count. Marshall is still in the lead, as he has been most of the time at this table. And Steve now at the bottom end of our stack, down to 9 big blinds. So he's getting to the point where he's going to look for a hand to play here pretty quick.
No, I want to see that. I want to see this. Thank you. As we mentioned, 24 moving on today. That'll bring the total count going on to day 2 at 87 from the reserve. Then 80 coming over from, that'll make it to day 2 in Mad River. We've got 4 double bags at Mad River and 6 double bags here at the reserve.
At $3,000 a piece. Double bagging is
Double
a beautiful
bagging,
thing.
yeah. And here at the reserve, our biggest bag right now is from Garrett, 1.8 million. And here we go back to the action, and we've got Rob with 10-9 of diamonds going up against Ice Queen, and she flops 2 spades here. This is an open-ended for Rob. Ice Queen is going to bet this. Rob has shown some real aggression here. I thought he might put the pressure on. And there is the flush now for Ice Queen. She checks it. And it would have really been something if he would have caught his straight here. But right now he's going to try to represent a strong hand. And he's going to bet 70. A little better than half the pot.
Pretty significant bet.
Yes.
Now your opponent has to wonder, was my opponent slow playing a flush? Do they have a better flush than I do? But if you play that 9-6 suited and you make the flush, you're usually going to stay with it. That's the hand you were hoping to hit.
I think so, yeah. Because I played that. Yeah. Then I came up Thursday.
Oh, no, sorry, it's a raise.
Raise.
It's done.
Raise and a quick fold there from Rob. And Ice Queen's going to take down a really nice pot here. She was comfortably above the average chip stack, and now I think she's going to be around 400,000. Brian Smith, I hope I answered your question about the bag totals so far. There's that 15-minute delay, Mike. Just got a shot of you walking through the main room.
Was that me? It sure was.
That was you. As we mentioned, Garrett here in Toledo. Biggest bag here so far at the reserve with 1.8. Mad Rivers, Paul Taylor, bagging with 1.54 million.
I missed that whole
And you can tell by the upper right-hand corner that we are now down to
.35 players left. And Ice Queen has ace-10 suited. Just picked up a nice pot with suited cards.
Yeah, she hasn't even finished stacking her chips yet. Miles, a mystery hand. Marshall gets out of the way, and now Rob with Motown, he folds. Ice Queen raises it up to 25, and she's going to pick up the blinds here. 24,000 in profit on that, and she is now up over $500,000 in chips.
You gotta take the dog out too, by the way.
Yeah. Can we order a dog walker?
So Jacob, if you bagged in Toledo, you will play your day 2 a week from tomorrow in Toledo. Accordingly, then if you bag at Mad River, you will play at Mad River day 2 next Sunday. Then those players in each of those day 2s will play down to top 10%. The top 10% from those 2 tournaments will move up here to Toledo for day 3. And day 3 will be here on Monday,
If you're hungry enough,
President's Day.
Yes, and
we will be
stream.
live streaming a
Absolutely.
feature all the way down to the final table and all the way down to crowning a champion. So I hope that answers your question, Jacob. And that's a good question. Thank you for asking that.
I don't know.
In the small blind now, easy money Brian Patton, King 10 offsuit. He's going to raise this up.
I don't play ace queen. That shit never hits.
And Greg, 10-7 of diamonds. Brian picked a good opportunity there to be aggressive and takes that down. Yeah, Jacob, we will just not, won't be just the final table. We anticipate, yeah, Brian's predicting 3. I'm predicting anywhere from 3 to 4 tables for day 3. We will live stream a feature table that will culminate into the final table and culminate into crowning a champion for Ohio's
I was hoping you weren't going to say that.
biggest poker tournament to date.
Oh gosh, Cat, seriously? That
He's a good
explains
guy.
a lot.
He's a good guy.
Are we dissing cats at this table? Am
I know.
presence? No, we're not dissing cats.
Is it a guy though, or
are
is
you
it
one
a
of
girl?
those youth cat
Cat
guys?
I am 100% a cat guy. Anybody
Are you?
who isn't a cat person is wrong.
Are you just
Embarrassing.
joining our conversation?
Yeah, I heard
Do
people
it.
talking about cats and I got really mad.
I like the cat videos.
Steve
where they
now.
jump
Make
and they
people
say,
mad at
Yeah, that's always funny.
Cats like
He is down to 10 big blinds, and he's got King 10 of hearts.
Talking to people, it's hilarious.
I don't mind the ones where they just
We're down to
knock it
35 players. It's a tough decision here
I like my cat dog.
in this position for Steve. Not really in a situation where he can raise. Really got to fold or go all in, and he goes all in.
He makes the big raise.
Maybe it's
And now Hoops with a mystery hand lets it go, and that pays off for Steve.
Sure
He
enough.
picks up 24,000, so
very non-foldable.
Live for another round.
yes, going from 12 big blinds to 13 big blinds when you're waiting out 11 spots can mean a lot.
I didn't like cats until I got married, and my ex-wife loved cats. She's like, we're getting a cat. I'm like, whatever. Well, I'm not sleeping with everyone, but whatever.
Brian Smith, thanks for the reminder. Also on Monday, the 19th, and we'll put up a graphic for that shortly. I think the Chosen One has a graphic for our President's Day 25K tournament.
This is the old man. Absolutely. Decrepit.
There's the chip count there. Marshall continues to be the chip leader. Had gotten up over 800,000 at one point. Down below 700,000, but at this table he is our chip leader.
So you're at level of million and you're still having million.
26.
$1 million to go.
Yeah.
Greg now
They're off by
on the button. Jack 10 offsuit. Blinds at 6, 12, and 6, and he's going to raise this up.
Don't make me do math right now, please.
No action prior to being in that position, and so he makes a. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed something there. Rob did raise, and Greg did call. So we're going to go heads up here to the flop.
All right, 20.
No help for either player.
No. Rob's still in the lead here by virtue of his ace.
You can pretty much count on a continuation bet.
Absolutely, and he bets 26,000.
Oh, it does say that on there?
Yeah, it's well, just the
Oh,
vouchers,
vouchers, oh.
but it was like 23 something. I think it's rounded up to 24.
Unfortunately for Greg, there's really
They go up on the 5, I think.
not much for him to hang his hat on, so he gets out of the way.
I can't do that. You can. You can afford it.
We're at 115 likes. We thank you very, very much for that, and thank you for joining us tonight. This is the Reserve Poker Club, 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. You're watching Day 1F of the Millie, the $1 million prize pool guarantee, a joint venture between ourselves and our good friends down in Dayton. Mad River Poker Club.
You make a big wall in seat 1, and I promise it's going to get knocked over repeatedly.
Yeah, we had the question about how does day 2 work.
Yes.
The way I look at it,
Yeah.
it's like another day 1. You're playing.
Can't go chips over here. I can't. I tried it.
Just had the wizard whispered in my ear. He wants to make sure that everybody's aware that right now, before we even start some more day 1s on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we are already at $834,500. Pretty easy to assume that we will be crushing that $1 million prize pool guarantee as well as that first place guarantee of $200,000.
Yeah, as the prize pool goes over $1 million, it goes to say that first place also increases, right? Proportional to that. And 834 with only 2/3 of the day 1's done.
Good question from Carter about the blinds, where they start out on day 2. That's a question that we can answer with all certainty as we get closer to that time. Right now, the guesstimate would be that the blinds will be at 10, 20, and 10. Right now, they're at 8, 16, and 8 is where the blinds will start. That is a formula based upon... Oh, okay. All right. So that is firm for now. 8, 16, and 8 is where the blinds will be on day 2, which is a week from tomorrow. And look at this flop. My goodness.
26.
And a modest bet here after flopping a full house, 26,000.
And Rob has been quite aggressive.
Yes, he has, and he's got this table image.
Unfortunately for him, neither of his opponents have picked up anything, but
That's a table image call right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's thinking, I have 2 overs. If I hit it, I'm good.
Yeah. And if Rich doesn't get out of the way here, this could be a crippling hand for him, depending upon what comes on the turn. But he does fold, and now we're heads up between Rob and Greg.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
No. It's the ace. Then Rob immediately checks.
Quick check.
And Greg checks as well.
Yes. I did not expect that.
Nor did I.
And now the river, 7 of hearts, and Rob's going to go all in.
Wow.
That puts this pot at well over $500,000. And will put it close to $1 million, or right at about $1 million if Greg decides to make this call.
You called with your 2 overs, Greg, hoping to hit one, and you did, and now you're faced with an all-in bet.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Give me at least one stack.
Wow.
And he makes the call. Wow. That is a big hand, a big pot, ladies and gentlemen. And the question is, does he have him covered? I'm not sure. It's going to be pretty close. If Greg has anything left, it's not going to be a whole lot. He came to this table in really good position. And you can hear the beeping in the background, meaning that this level is coming to an end, and we're going to see the blinds go up the next hand. Litz gets a count here.
I think that's by far our biggest pot.
That is
here.
just a huge pot.
Thank you for folding. What's that? He accidentally marked his hand. He said he had these green.
Rob just said to Rich, thank you for folding.
Diamonds, okay.
I think if Rich makes the call,
38. Nice flop, man.
Rob realizes that he would have taken down a smaller stack from Rich than he would have taken from Greg, and Greg might have folded had Rich made the call. At least that's what I'm thinking, Rob. Why he's saying thank you for folding. My goodness. Now that's got to get us some likes. Hit that like button, and if you've already done that, like I'm going to do here, let's throw some hearts out there. I love this game, and I love the way we're able to bring this to our fan group out there around the country and around the world here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio.
We've got a question online from Superfood Smoothie asking about any other details for the Super Bowl tourney that might help a newbie like him to compete with the folks. So you did a Sunday Fun Day tournament here just to get a feel for the place. Well, I'll tell you, in my opinion,
yes,
it's basically like the Sunday Fun Day tournament.
Yeah.
Although that is going to happen on Sunday at 1 o'clock. That tournament's still going to run.
Yeah.
But the format for the Super Bowl party is basically like the Sunday Fun Day, and by that I mean there's a one re-entry only. So there'll be 100 people in the tournament.
Correct.
The tournament buy-in, but you are allowed one re-entry.
Right.
The same as the Sunday Fun Day.
However, the price for the re-entry, I think, is $110.
Yeah.
Right?
Sunday Fun Day is
Yeah.
$100.
So you're right.
Kind of the
It's
same.
very similar. I like that comparison.
So there's really not much difference, I think, in the two formats.
Right.
Well, if it's breakdown, I'm definitely tanking.
And very similar to a Sunday Fun Day, you're going to have a lot of people that are used to being here at the Reserve, that are comfortable here, that enjoy the game and enjoy one another's company and camaraderie. And if you were here for a Sunday Fun Day, it's just going to be a similar experience, but a whole lot more fun.
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah. Sunday Fun Day on steroids.
Yeah, there you go. That's a great way to put it, Vic. I like that.
The fun meter needle will be buried. All right, Greg's going to go all in here with his remaining 22,000 with the Nemesis, King Jack. Rich raised wisely to isolate this, so now it's Ace-7 against King Jack. And here comes the flop and an ace right in the window.
Got outs for a 10, though.
He does have an out. And does not hit that, and that'll be it for Greg. And a much-needed pot there for Rich.
And another player down.
Figured ace high was good there, I had to protect. You're correct.
With the average chip stack now at around, I believe, 340,000, that gets Rich a little closer to that average chip stack. I am not playing in the Super Bowl tomorrow. I am dealing.
Can we take a break early?
He didn't even answer. That was so
But
rude.
he hasn't answered me in a while, so he's like really not speaking to me right now, and I don't know why. Someone probably reported me for berating them, and then I got in trouble.
I haven't seen that.
I know, it's just joking. Like, haha,
I
funny.
want to see that. You'll have your chance.
Marshall now. Had been chip leader for quite a while now, Rob, at $1 million, and he's got the Nemesis, and he's going to raise this up to 26,000, but he's got to make it 32,000 as the blinds are now at 8, 16, and 8.
Where are y'all going? What's wrong with you?
If we all take a break, though, if all of us get up, then
Yeah, let's go
nothing
do it.
changes. I'm down.
You guys want to go take a potty break? Why are you laughing? It's not funny.
I just peed missed a hand.
Oh, yeah, you can't. Yeah.
But you don't count. You
can't
already
let
won
us.
like 3 million hands, so you don't count.
Oh,
Well, they're having a discussion about all taking a potty break at the same time. We got an all-in by Pocket Queen Steve. And Rob's got a King Jack,
It's okay. I didn't
but
like
he
that.
decides to let it go.
Good hand. Good hand. They would have hated me. I had the hand that these guys just can't stand this hand.
And there is no rule.
He says, "I just hate the hand that these guys hate."
Right.
Well, Mike, you and I need to clarify something.
Not
The
these
Nemesis is something that Dom has created
He hates King Jack.
in his own world, and it's a wonderful world that Dom lives in.
Yes,
Don't
it
get
is.
me wrong.
Yeah, right.
I have never really come on board with considering that to be a terrible hand. As a matter of fact, I joke about it, that every time we see the King Jack played and won, that we're going to get some more data points around that, because it's really not based on much data like you have provided here tonight. So
It's a hand that if you read any of the poker books or look at the simplified starting hand charts,
if you look at the simple charts,
it's a hand that quite often should be played accordingly the poker experts. Right. You don't want to play it all the time, and it's been known as Kojak forever. Right. It had a name before Dom renamed it.
Right. Which makes me wonder why it's not called the Lollipop.
Oh, that's funny. You got to be our age to remember
Yes,
Kojak sucking
yeah,
on
got
a
to be
lollipop.
a certain age.
I like that. That
to
was good.
appreciate that.
Uh-oh, she's going to hear that.
all right, that's it for me, everybody. Good luck.
But I'm needlessly defending myself around that's a hand that I hate. We'll just clarify. We came up with that locally here in Toledo, the Nemesis.
No, I don't mind it.
She missed you. She was whining. A little bit.
That's
Just
why I
kind of
told you.
whimpering.
That's why I told you to.
And we've got a dealer change coming in, and this is our good friend Patch, I believe.
Any two picture cards are likely to get a poker player excited, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why they call it paint. You know, poker players love paint. They love to see the paint.
Okay, now I'm confused. I think I put this out.
I'm sorry,
might
baby.
be,
I forgot to remind you that mommy was going to.
And max value, that's right. Bob Enright.
We don't get.
I won the last hand, but
Yeah.
you put in yours. Yeah.
Thank
I
you. Huh?
Our coins boy?
Hey, what happened? Did I miss anything? Yes, I missed it. Because I was playing, so.
See, Kiwi Colleen says, I really want one of those hoodies.
Your big blind, Andy.
You know, the reserve has some great swag, lots of nice shirts and jackets and those kind of things. And Colleen, if you know anyone that comes in here, I'm sure they could pick one up for you and mail it to you. Wouldn't be hard to do at all. And there's some really nice clothing to be had with the reserve logo on it. Advertise the reserve. Let's see our chip count with Steve Stout. down there at 10 big blinds. Kind of the benchmark for getting to be a low stack.
Yes.
Got to watch it.
I'm gonna fold.
Miles not far behind at 13. On the other hand,
Thank you, Ian. This guy.
Rob at 64 big blinds.
For your dog, your cat walker? Did you order?
We're playing down to 24. There's 33 left.
It'd be harder.
Need 9 players to go. Oop. I heard an all in.
An all in here from Steve.
He was to the point where he needed to find a hand.
Yes.
And he's
Marshall
got-
now, small blind, king, queen. He does have the chip leader to his left.
Steve's on the button, so he only had to get past a couple people, which is always a little bit nicer to be in position when you can make that shove mean a little bit more. Big decision for Marshall. He knows what Steve's stack is, what his position is. He knows he was getting down close to a short stack, but he lets it go.
Yeah.
Steve.
Reputation.
And Steve
Hey.
puts his hand to his forehead as though to wipe the bead of sweat. And that was definitely sweating that out.
Got a little theatrics going on at the table. I like that.
He's quite relieved. 120 likes. We're down to 33 players. We're going down to 24. Plenty of time here for you folks to get us to 150 likes. We would greatly appreciate that. You've been a great chat room so far, chat board. We appreciate your participation. Just thank you for being there. This is why we do this here at the Reserve. Love to bring you a quality product here in our live stream here on YouTube.
Thank you.
And we can continue to do that with your support.
She was like, ew, when did you get here?
Now in the cutoff with 10-8 of hearts.
Oh, when did you get here to the dealer? But he doesn't say anything. He's probably so mad at me. Why are you mad at me?
Yeah, unfortunately for Steve, he's had the big stack up until a few moments ago to his left all table long, which makes it a little bit tougher to make any moves.
Brian, I would say you're right. I mean, I don't have any numbers on hoops, but we do see him quite often when he's, even the smaller tournaments, our weekly tournaments, always making good runs. Very consistent player. And speaking of a regular, Brian Easy Money Patton coming along after a raise from Marshall with the 9-7 of hearts, and that did not hit him at all. Got a mystery hand here with Marshall. Let's see if it's
Ask the audience.
I think any bet here is going to have Brian folding quickly. Possibly, we'll see, unless Brian wants to try to get froggy here and try to represent a deuce.
Yep. Easy lay down, lets it go.
Yep.
I think that was my flop, if I'm gonna be honest.
Thank you, Mr. Enright. I appreciate that.
They ended. Right.
It just gets harder.
Nobody's picked up too exciting of a hand this time. Easy Money says, I'm taking it up in a small blind. I only got one player to get past. And Hoops calls. Ace deuce 6 does not improve either player. Let's see what Brian does as a pre-flop raiser. Does he continuation bet? And he does. Now does Hoop smell out a continuation bet, or does he think his king high is good?
And they'll be like, I know who these are from.
Well, I'm gonna hand up the box.
Well, that's true. Stuff the ballot.
Takes a glance over at Brian's chip stack, and he decides to lay it down. The power of the continuation bet in evidence right there. Nice play there, Mr. Brian. See, Rob decided to take a little break on his own, which is perfectly fine. You can walk away from the table anytime you want.
Yeah.
And I guess I was thinking earlier, Rob took down that big pot. Now he's up at 1 million chips, roughly.
Yeah.
That's a pretty darn big stack.
Now Ice Queen, she's comfortably above the average chip stack. She's got 477,000. She's under the gun. She's got Ace Jack offsuit. Blinds at 8, 16, and 8. What will she do here? Maybe a 3X. And she does raise up 2X to 33,000. Right behind her is Miles with pocket tens.
I don't see a call here. It's either going to be a raise.
And Steve is
but he
got one of those
call.
tens, and I believe he's going to let this go. Marshall. Also a Queen Jack for Brian Patton.
And
Now
Rich.
Rich.
Oh boy.
Boy, oh boy. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins, ladies and gentlemen. We got a big hand of brewing here.
I think he's going all in. $273,000 all in. Two players with decisions behind him. Miles is really studying Ice Queen's reaction to that all-in declare. I think Ace Jack's pretty easy to get away from in this situation.
Good move here from Rich. I mean, that's easy for us to say. We can see the cards, but
you know,
it might be a different situation if Miles had gone over the top.
Exactly, and I said I don't expect a call out of Miles. I expected a raise, and he just called. I was surprised. And that's the thing about Ace King. Some people just absolutely fall in love with it, and it looks really nice, but you gotta hit the flop. In a situation like this, Miles is thinking, my best position is a flip with 2 overs.
He shows the tens. I don't expect Rich to show. No. I almost never deal a lot of hands to Rich and almost never see him show when he doesn't have to. And he makes a really good move there and takes down a good-sized pot. And we are now down to 30 players. You look up at the right-hand corner of the screen. There's the update from the chosen one.
Good for TV.
You know what I started to say about Rob Stack there. He got up over $1 million, and we know that he's a pretty aggressive player. But he went for a little walk around, and that's perfectly fine. A lot of players at that position have in their mind, I can shut down, and I know I'm making today too.
Yeah.
With a pretty darn good bag. Some players have the opposite mindset of, now I got this big stack, now is the time to take advantage of it because I can put pressure on people that don't want to fall short of making it.
Yeah.
So there's two different ways to look at this. It'll be interesting to see how Rob decides to take that big stack and put it in play.
This guy always does close.
This hand might tell us. He's got a king-queen. What does he do? And Marshall raised in front of him, and he just calls.
You do. Right? So I gotta work out. You gotta get back in there. You gotta work the odds out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Alright.
For sure. Do the gun. Yeah, but then she folds, then it's like, yeah, you're probably close.
This queen's taking a lot of time to think about this raise in front of her with a jack-4.
Marshall raised it up to 35,000. She just needs 19,000 to complete, and she does. So we're going to go three-handed here. She does hit a piece of this, but Rob hitting, more importantly, a bigger piece of it with the queen and a king kicker. Top pair.
Don't tell them what I had.
Did you? There's four still. No,
I was gonna do.
No, you haven't done anything.
You guys yell at me. I'm so sorry.
you're
I'm,
good.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I thought we were doing
I was waiting on you.
I thought it was a big
You raised, and then I was like, oh, you go first. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. I'm so sorry. The announcers are probably like, wow, really love that girl.
For commentators.
During the game.
You started at like 8.
I'd rather have 8 king there.
So a bet here from Marshall at 57,000 and a smooth call from Rob. Ice Queen with a piece of this in the big blind. If she makes this call, the potential to get into trouble with this hand. As it is, Rob could be laying a trap here for Marshall.
Ice Queen lays it down. Marshall continues with this aggressive pattern. It's done him well. No help for either player with the deuce.
And really, based on the cards that have been played and put in the muck, the computer knows that the check mark belongs to Rob. Any bet that Marshall wisely checks this. Rob checks it.
He's just hoping he can get Marshall to take a stab at it.
And the question is, will Marshall shut this down? And he checks it.
I think Rob's got to try to make a value bet here.
He does make a bet. And he lays it down. Oh no, is that just check to showdown? Showdown in the pot goes to Rob. We are the reserve here at 5105 Glendale Avenue. Big shout out to all our friends down in Dayton, Ohio at Mad River. This has just been an amazing event, and we're not even done. We're just two-thirds of the way through this $1 million prize pool guarantee. This is the Toledo's Day 1F. Playing down here to 24 players, moving on to Day 2. Our next live stream here from Toledo will be the regular Tuesday night cash game, 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game. Always plenty of action.
Or 34 if you want the correct math.
Rob now, chip leader here at this table. Pocket threes, and he's going to 2x this to 34,000. Ice Queen now with King Queen in the small blind.
Only 26,000 more to call.
And she does make the call. Miles gets out of the way, 8-3 offsuit. So there's one of those threes for Rob. He is, though, ahead until the flop comes, and he's still ahead.
But he doesn't know it because an overcard shows.
Yeah, 3 overcards, but a big ace. Ace of diamonds, 2 diamonds on the board. She's going to check this. Will he make a continuation bet? Nope, he checks it as well. 4 hearts on the turn.
Actually, I thought the backup plan I got.
DFG in the house.
Threes are good, unless Ice Queen decides to make a stab. And nope. Check, check.
Check, check to showdown. And the threes.
The only hand I can beat.
Take down the pot. Rob adds to his chip stack. $30 players left. We're playing down to 24 today. Or tonight, I should say.
And yeah, Brian Smith, you have worked so hard through all of this. I hope you have a very good day off tomorrow. Get some rest.
Who plays down his suited Jack 3?
Oh, the folds.
In the cutoff now for Rich with Jack 9 offsuit.
Tries to make a little move here.
Is that it? Behind you.
Raises to 35. Got a mystery hand from Ice Queen. He continues to take a lot of time for each decision.
Puts a lot of thought into things.
And there's a call.
I think so.
So we're going heads up. And very similar stack size here. Ice Queen just a little bit above Rich's. And Rich is reaching for chips to make a continuation bet. We do not know what Ice Queen has. But he's going to make it 35,000 here.
Exact same size as his original bet, I
Yeah.
think.
And she's going to make the call. So here we go to the turn. And Rich is taking a look over at her to see if he can get a read.
Picks up an open-ender.
And now he's open-ended.
There's also 2 diamonds and 2 hearts on the board. Rich has both black cards. We don't know what Ice Queen has. Let's see what Rich decides to do now. He bet the flop. Now he's actually picked up some outs.
$172 in the pot. I think he's got 3 yellows in his hand right now, maybe 4. And he bets 65,000. And given the amount of time she usually takes, that's a snap call here from Ice Queen. And that is no help there for Rich. Will he continue to represent a strong hand here, or at least a playable hand?
He's got jack high. He's got
with
nothing.
Another bet.
$302,000 in the pot.
Blinds are going up next hand.
Rich has 212. Wow, what does he do? He tried to bluff at it twice and got called both times. You don't think your jack high has too much showdown value, so you don't think you can win unless you bet. But do you put more chips at risk?
They're pretty good at updating those numbers. They're just fine.
Usually the closer it gets,
Yeah, there's not a lot going on out there, so.
yeah, player down happens one that we like to do. Yeah, very often.
So in this tournament, going to day 2, the blinds continue on at
They'll reset to 816.
to 816. So
I heard there
And
was
he makes a bet.
at Mad River that ended at
All in.
All in.
Gonna,
They're super unlikely that anything ends before.
gonna continue
Probably reset to 816. Very good.
the triple barrel bluff. Let's see what happens.
Which is dope. And it's 40 minutes.
Ice Queen's called 2 bets.
Plays rough.
Called a pre-flop raise. Called a flop bet. Called a turn bet.
Good hand, man.
Wow. Don't know what Ice Queen had, but either way, Rich went all in with just jack high.
Wow. All I can say is wow.
Yeah,
That took a lot of intestinal fortitude.
yeah.
A lot of guts to make that play.
And we just saw the Chosen One come out and replace a card, which explains why we had a mystery hand here with the Ice Queen. Occasionally, these cards have chips in them, and those chips sometimes can get damaged, either from bending the card too much or slamming it down, in which case it won't get read. The Chosen One has that ability to tell when that situation is happening. You put the suspected card in the box out in front of the dealer, and if it doesn't get read, he knows and comes out quickly with a replacement card. The blinds are now going up, and we are down to 4 tables because we're playing 9-handed, 30 players. And the blinds just going up now.
Now 20,000.
Blue, thanks for joining us. And Kip, always a pleasure when you join us. Thank you so much. Got a good friend of mine, moved down to Tennessee a few years ago, and he's become a bit of a moonshine aficionado.
Got an all in here from Miles.
Miles.
With pocket 10s on the button.
He gets those 10s again, a second time, maybe third time he's had these. Marshall now in the big blind. King 5 of clubs.
Yeah, I think it's a wise lay down there. Pretty much have to assume you're behind.
And what a great turnout tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. This was a big day here at the reserve. 236 entries, 24 players moving on to day 2. That means that our total after tonight will be 87 players going on to day 2, 80 players from Mad River. Mad River with 4 double bags and the reserve with 6 double bags. And there are still here at the reserve 3 day ones, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then a 4th day 1 Saturday night, which is a turbo. Currently, our prize pool is at $834,500. Suffice it to say, we will be popping a cork sometime on Thursday.
We've got an all-in. Steve with an ace-7, all-in for 173 on the button.
I have to say that this move takes some courage. I mean, it takes some moxie because you've got the 2 big chip stacks and then a very aggressive player in Rob right behind you.
Right.
And he's done this now on his button. Rob's got a comment about that because he keeps doing it on Rob's big blind. But it's paying off for him, and he does now improve his chip stack to up over 2,000. With the average chip stack being right at about 400,000.
Well, if you're just looking to pick up blinds and antes to make it through another round, there's really no better position than being on the button with nobody choosing to opt into the pot. You only have 2 blinds to get around. Really not much better situation to ask for when you're going to play any ace.
If you guys want to know what this one is in 15 minutes.
Let's just say our hands out loud, that way they know. Let's just say what we have right now.
Yeah, right. People are like really confused about the play, like, what? Here.
Ice Queen is now below the average chip stack. She was right around average chip stack for a while. She was involved in a pretty big hand there with Rich. Put a dent into her stack, and now Marshall over $500,000 in chips. He's on the button, and he's going to raise up with King Queen offsuit. Blinds at 10, 20, and 10. The new bet is now 35,000, and on the big blind, easy money, Brian Patton making the call with Jack 3 of clubs. That's what makes this game so much fun. Here it comes.
And he gets the best of the flop with the 3.
He gets the best of the flop with the 3. And he's going to check it. Can pretty much expect a continuation bet from Marshall after a flop like that. And with his chip stack. And here it comes. And a quick call here from Brian.
He picks up an open-ender to go
now,
with his jack.
Yeah, now he's open-ended, Mike.
And Marshall's got a gut shot. Brian's now going to take the lead here and come out and bet. Looks like 70,000. Yep. Now what does Marshall do? He's down to 2 overcards on the board and a gut shot, and he lays it down.
Nice move here from Brian. And Brian now gets his stack right at about the average stack for today's tournament. As we mentioned earlier, we did not have the satellite tonight, but we did move it to Tuesday night. So Tuesday night we'll be having a satellite, the last one available, $65 buy-in, starting at 6 p.m.
I predict we're going to have a packed house on Tuesday. I think we're going to be full with alternates. It's going to be crazy here.
I think so too.
There is just so much interest in this tournament. I mean, $1 million guarantee is one thing.
Yes.
That's going to get blown out of the water.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be far surpassed.
Yes.
This is big news.
Oh, you bet. And you got to believe
Big
this news. I believe we were in Poker Dealer magazine, whatever that's called. But the poker community is so strong with word of mouth.
For sure.
These days, text to text, right? And Facebook.
All the different social media
All the different
platforms.
social medias. Steve considering a move here, I think, and gets out of the way. Good thing, because in the cutoff, pocket queens here for Marshall. Blinds at 10, 20, and 10. His typical bet is around 2.5x.
Much bigger this time. Makes it 50.
Makes it 50, which is about 2.5x. He's been kind of consistent.
Oh, the blinds went up, yes.
Yeah, so Brian gets out of the way, back over to hoops. He needs 30,000 to complete. He's got a suited ace. And he has about 13 big blinds left. Be down to about 12 big blinds if he makes this call.
He really hasn't played a whole lot of hands
He
tonight.
has not. He's been really quiet. He does make the call, so we're going to go heads up to the flop here. Ace-4 clubs versus queens. Adam in the box. Here comes the flop.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Hoops picks up a flush draw.
Oh, my.
A gut shot straight draw and an overcard.
And he's got an overcard.
Wow. Talk about a lot of outs. He's actually favored at this point in time over the pocket pair of queens because of all the outs.
120,000, half the pot from Marshall, 60,000. Are these calling chips or raising chips that Hoops is reaching for?
I think he's counting it out to see what he's got left, but it's right around half his stack.
All in. And a quick call here from Marshall. This is a coin flip right now, ladies and gentlemen, so far.
600,000 chip pot here.
Many, many outs here for Hoops. He's got the flush draw. He's got the gut shot straight draw. He's got the overcard with the ace. And his flight 1F. Life at risk for Hoops. Adam at the helm, and here comes the turn. No help. Oh, and he hits the ace. Wow. And Marshall, who has just been pretty much the story early on here with our feature table.
Amazing.
Taking some really big hits here.
Yeah, he sure has.
But that's a big, big hand for Hoops.
Yeah, I closed it.
Oh, that's why you didn't say good luck on it. Oh, you didn't. No, I'm just joking. Exactly.
Boy, he flopped just so many outs.
Yes.
And he was looking at a call was going to be half his chips.
Yeah.
And you know you're going to want to see the turn and the river to try to make your outs. If
Yeah.
you're going to put half in, you may as well get it all in now because you might just win it right there.
Exactly. Yeah. Tarantula Nick here on the chat, he called it out. Says you can't call here. You've got to push it all in, and he was right, and it worked out for Hoops. Rob, 1.2 million in chips here. Mystery hand here for hoops in the small blind.
I drew it out myself. I've heard so many horror stories.
He makes the call.
That's ding dong bitch.
Rich checks his option, and we're going to go heads up.
To be fair, I truly don't know.
And check.
Just as like water buffalo.
Open and straight now for Rich.
And I believe he's going to bet this.
That's what I said.
I would not be surprised.
Yep. Bets 20. We don't know what hoops has. Whatever it is, he's considering this. And he makes the call.
Makes it straight, too.
And there is the straight. See if he can get some more value here.
See if he makes another small bet.
90,000 in the pot.
Yeah, a little more than half.
A little more than half. That's 50.
Hoops just got all those chips.
Although the third spade did come out.
It did. Straight got there. The flush got there.
And he makes the call. And he shows the straight. And Rich now improves to 600,000.
Rainbow. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I gotta read it reverse. Oh, that's even better.
It's not nothing.
That is
He went
nice.
running.
That is nice. That's even better.
That's even better.
Check,
That is
and
even
open
better.
ended.
Yeah.
All right. At least it wasn't boring.
When we resume day 2, a week from tomorrow, the blinds right now will be at 8, 16, and 8, 8,000, 16,000, and 8,000. If you're coming to the table with around 320,000, that's 20 big blinds. So essentially, I think just about every player here, if they can't come to the table with $1 million or better, are hoping that they're coming to the table with around 600,000, 700,000. Wouldn't you think so, Mike?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's a nice number.
Yeah.
That's a comfortable number
That's
where
yeah.
you've got some time to get settled in and go ahead and play, and you don't feel pressure early on to have to make a move. Ice queen with ace queen.
Well played.
Go, my
Great fold. Great fold.
Yeah. Rich says, great fold. He was considering some kind of move or at least a call with the 10-3, and then she shows the ace-queen after he folds. So he pats himself on the back for that one.
When you shove, because I was going to shove. So I had to fold.
So lucky.
Because you always,
Backfired on you.
you like for the first time today probably actually had a hand. And I walked into it.
You'll see it on the,
You'll see.
TV.
You'll see it on TV.
4,000 hours
Hopefully
later.
it's after we're
You'll
done.
see
You're right.
Easy money.
Easy money.
King
Brian
queen
Patton.
suited.
Yeah.
85.
And he puts out a serious bet here, 85,000. Rich gets out of the way. Ace queen, ace 9 for ice queen. And she folds. Miles. I've seen that look before when Miles is not getting cards. Miles, a regular here on our cash game live streams, and our next cash game live stream will be this Tuesday night. 5-5-10, no limit hold'em, a $1,000 to $2,000 buy-in. That's a 5-hour live stream beginning at 6:15, going till 11:15.
While the satellite is going on.
While the satellite is
That's
going
going to
on.
be a packed house on
Someone
Tuesday.
told
Yeah.
me
I'm
that
telling
earlier.
you.
They're like, well, you.
I'm pretty sure I'll be here.
That's a little optimistic.
To get the inferior hands out.
Marshall, 181,000. At one point, he was up around 800,000. I was very impressed with his play.
Yeah.
He's just run into some tough situations here. Rich now,
Did I not say it?
You don't even have
close to 600,000, ace 10.
50.
Yeah, you don't even have
There
big blinds at 10, 20, and 10. He's going to 2.5x this to 50.
Small blind lays it down, 6-2. Don't think 6-2 is going to want to defend with his chip stack. He says, no, see those cards? I'm not going to play with those cards.
Now going up over 600,000 for Rich. Steve Stout, really the story for his table, for his play today at this table, because he has been at this table since noon today. Again, we had this table set up because we were full, but he has really just been trying to hang on, make it to day 2, and right now he drops below 10 big blinds.
What was that?
Yeah, we got 4 players at this table that are right there at the 10 or less, which makes it rather interesting for the players with the bigger stacks. They're looking around thinking, got a couple players here that are likely to be playing an all-in move with perhaps not as strong of a hand as they normally would have. So does a big stack get a chance to pick somebody off?
Miles now in on the button, pocket 9s.
There's one of the short stacks moving all in.
7 big blinds, and he moves all in. Marshall now with the pocket 10s, makes the call. 9s versus 10s.
Well, that's what you don't want to see with pocket 9s.
No.
No repair.
Marshall's momentum was huge early on, but has dwindled somewhat.
You know, you let him stand up before you, that means the 9's coming. I hate to tell you.
You can only run hot for so long.
That's what that means.
No help from Miles here. He needs a 9 and a 9 only. And he doesn't get there.
Good game out.
And that'll be it for Miles.
All right, you get your run good back.
And Marshall giving a big sigh of relief there.
He got back a little bit of his stack that has been depleted, so I'm sure he feels better about that.
Where'd you have the hand I was supposed to have kings?
Huh?
Where'd you have the hand where one of my kings got turned on?
I don't remember. I don't think I had anything.
I was about to say, I feel like you didn't have much.
Yeah.
The speech was the real bluff. We're like, oh, nobody ever called me. That's the actual bluff.
Yeah, I think I had like a king 4. Yeah.
Pocket deuces here under the gun. Brian Patton. He is right at about the average chip stack for today's tournament. And he's going to take another look at him and decide to lay him down. Rich now ace-jack again, this time offsuit. 10, 20, and 10, and he's reaching for raising chips.
55.
New bet is 55. Ace-3 offsuit for the Ice Queen.
You're on camera. Don't do it, you're on camera.
Ice Queen lays down the ace.
Can I get the secret?
And it is Eddie. I thought for sure that was Eddie's voice, and it is. Coming in to help out even with his bum arm.
Yeah, he's doing a little floor duty since he can't deal right now with a bad hand there.
Was there a flop on that whole thing?
No. We all fold it, sir.
I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight, and I'm very curious as to where everybody is watching from. We know we've got a lot of viewers here in the Toledo area, southern Michigan, northwest Ohio, throughout Ohio. We know that for a while there we had Kiwi Colleen, who joins us on a regular basis, all the way from New Zealand.
Rich lays down his ace-4. Ice Queen looks down at an ace-9.
And we know DFG, his favorite place, the big lounger, watching us from his armchair. Cheeseburger, Brewster, Ohio. Superfood, Toledo. Battle of the Blinds. Couple of diamonds there for Rob. He completes.
Rob just calls. He's backed off his aggression factor here a little bit lately.
Check, check, and quick check, 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 check. By virtue. Oh, and he hits a straight.
Unless you got like 2-5 or something like that, you're beating me.
Shows the queen for the straight.
He shows the straight.
Unless I had a flush, and I don't think I did.
Justin from Columbus. Thank you for joining us. Neil Brinkman from DFG's Closet. That's what he said. I don't know. Got to take him at his word. We're at 125 likes. Just a few more players to go here tonight. Live stream is going until we get to the magic number 24. 236 entries today. Ice Queen now. Pocket sixes.
What does Ice Queen do with sixes in this position? All in.
And that's going to go all the way through here. And so she's going to pick up the blinds. Mike Ondu, thank you very much. As I bagged yesterday from Painesville, Ohio, first time in your club. Everything was great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sarge over there in West Toledo. Marine City, Michigan. Tyler D in Central Michigan. See you next Sunday. Neil Brinkman. As always, thank you everybody for joining us. We're 126 likes. Let's keep them coming.
We do appreciate all the viewers tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
It means a lot to us. Really does.
You know what? If you've bagged in this tournament,
yes,
you're very likely to be up against these players in day two.
Yeah.
What better way to get information on your opponents?
Yeah.
Than to actually observe their play.
That's right. And a walk there for Rich. Oh, no, I believe there is a raise from Marshall with the mystery hand to 50,000. And now Ace-Jack in the big blind. And I believe he's going to bump this up. Nope. Going to make the call, so we're going to see heads up. Occasionally the reader doesn't pick up the card, so we've got a mystery hand. Not a great flop there for Rich, and he's going to check it. Marshall's MO has been when he comes in, he raises. When he raises, then he continuation bet, and so he continues with that. And 45,000 though. Interesting bet amount. Is he trying to
entice
a call?
Yeah.
Nope. All right, Rich gets out of the way.
That might have been what he was trying to do, but did not accomplish it. Marshall's got his stack back up to 510. He was on a heater here earlier, and then he took a couple of blows, and now he's back up over the $500,000 mark. Rob's slowly gotten a few more chips in his stack after that big pot that he took. Now he's up to 1.2, and he's a chip leader at our table now. time, Rob has the ace jack.
Now.
Raises it up to 45,000.
Oh, and the ice queen. Pocket nines.
This could get interesting.
How much you got left?
1.1.
Ice Queen says, how much you got left? Way more than you, Ice Queen. Do players really expect to get an answer to that question when they ask somebody how much you got left? I guess some players do respond. I never do.
All in here now from Ice Queen. And Rob's going to make the call.
Quickly makes the call.
Quickly makes the call. This is a coin toss.
I didn't think she was going to give the speech and then go all in. That was a great move, actually. I'm happy about that. As soon as she said how much you got left, I'm like, oh, she's folding. I wouldn't hand it.
There's a little bit of full equity into it.
263.
Good luck, Rose.
Great job, Adam. Getting that pot right. Give us this great view. Ice Queen's 1D. That is no help for Rob. And an ace and a jack only. And those nines are going to hold up.
Like I could call.
No, you
And then not know where I'm at.
100%.
And then
Pair
what?
holds up this time.
45.
Definitely the right choice.
Oh, shit, we are.
We've seen pocket nines a lot at this table tonight, Vic, haven't we?
Yes, we have nines and tens.
Yeah, and tens as well.
Yeah. And we are at a break here.
Would you?
Break number 4.
Gotta go. The purple one.
So all the players here are going to take a quick break. If you will allow us, Mike and I will take a quick break. We've got plenty of poker action coming your way. We want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Please do not go away. If you look at that clock, that's exactly when we're going to be back. 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Remember, we're playing to 24 players. There's 28 left, so it's going to have some really interesting poker here to lose 4 more.
Absolutely.
It's really when it really gets interesting at this point, I think.
And we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Don't leave, folks.
She got almost.
Okay, we are back here. We saw one hand without any sound, and it looked like Rob took that down. We are back with the blinds at 10, 25, and 10, and that means that all of the orange chips have been taken off. That was a color up.
Freaking out, like way more than I was playing.
Oh, I should have raised.
Power of the stack.
And we are at 28 players, going down to 24.
Sick jam.
My good friend Mike Flynn and I will be here calling the shots here until we get down to 24 players. We want to thank everybody for joining the live stream. Got to 130 likes. If you have not hit that like button, please do. It'd be great to get to 150 tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Ice Queen now in the cutoff. She had a really good hand just before the break with the chip leader. Her nines held up, and now she's at a $500,000. Ace Jack offsuit, and she's going to raise it up to 60. A fold from the button and the small blind, and now Rob is going to make the call. He's got ace deuce offsuit, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. Mr. Josh Black. Rob checks that. Not much there for him. The outs that you see up there are basically to chop the pot. A queen comes.
Rob's going to take a shot at this pot.
He's going to put the pressure on. He's going to bet 45.
Okay. Thanks. Cool.
And she makes the call. So we're going to go to the river here. She is in the lead currently. And this is a chop pot, so let's see who can get aggressive.
Sure.
The only way to win this is to get aggressive. If they go to showdown, this will be a chop pot.
Check's good. Show me more. We're chopping up.
Oh, should have bet.
Josh Miller, our delay here is 15 minutes.
Me too.
I'm serious.
Mike and I are seeing these hands just as you are seeing them. And all of this action happened 15 minutes ago.
I worked until 3 a.m. last night. I drove an hour.
You calling me knowing I have that beat. That's loose, man.
Yeah, we do not have any advanced knowledge of what is going on in the tournament any more than you viewers do there at home.
Yeah.
We're seeing it exactly the same time you are, and we're calling the action as we see it.
Purposely.
Not pre-recorded. That's why we call it live at the
You just
reserve.
want your money back. That's what that was.
We are live,
You would normally want that.
but the broadcast is actually a 15-minute delay.
Rich now, ace deuce.
With the blinds at this level, 25, 10, and 10, it's 45,000 chips every orbit. And when you look at Steve,
Yeah,
he's got 3 orbits left.
he does.
So he's to the point where he's going to have to pick a hand and play. Now Marshall, who's been aggressive most of the night, on the button with a king-queen.
55. Calls 55.
A little more than a min raise.
And a quick call there from Brian Patton, Jack 10 of diamonds. So we are going to go heads up to the flop, and here it comes. And a 10 right in the window for Brian.
Pre, you're saying.
I think. Against him? This guy never has a hand.
Oh.
You go shovel deuces in your
And so now he's going to bet this.
watch the king.
And I like this bet.
Same bet, 55.
Yes.
I didn't see you win.
The same bet that Marshall made.
Probably not good enough.
I mean, I folded pocket queens pre-flop, no big deal. Ace king, no big deal. It's tens, but it's tough.
And a good lay down there.
Yes.
You tried a little min raise there, Marshall. You got called, and Brian did not let you get in position where you could make a continuation bet. He put out a bet in front of you to see where you were at.
So our next and final satellite for this Millie here at the Reserve in Toledo is Tuesday, and that will be at 6 p.m.
I lost my dog.
Looks like we're bringing a few new players into the table.
We are 9-handed, and so with 27 players, we're going to balance the tables. And we are down to 27, and a very, very familiar face coming into seat 8, Sky. And Rodney, also a very familiar face to the Reserve, coming into seat 3.
Rodney's got 310.
When we get to 25 players, we will be going hand for hand.
Sound like you're from down? No. Just like
575.
575 for Mr. Scott.
And Ice Queen has ace king suited. Got a little more than $500,000 in her stack.
20 to go.
Neil, I'll pass that request on over to the chosen one. Maybe after this hand, we'll get a shot again of the main room where there's just 2 other tables besides this one. And with the ace-king of spades, she's going to push all in.
That's an aggressive move.
Marshall, 7-4 clubs. He's in the cutoff. It would be all-in moment for him if he decides to make this call.
I don't think there's any way he's going to call that.
It's possible he doesn't know that it's on him. But you know that happens from time to time. And he lets it go. Sky coming to the table with 560,000, lays down the pocket fours. We have seen Sky time and time again run deep in our big tournaments, often placing deep into the money. Second place, third place. I'm not sure he might even have a first place in one of our big tournaments. A Toledo native.
Certainly a well-respected player.
Oh, very well-respected player. Under the gun now, Rich, pocket tens.
We could have some action here.
Yep, 600,000. The average chip stack right now is just about 400,000. Oh, no, my math is wrong. I think it's about $500,000.
Raise to 65.
Rich takes it up to 65 with his pocket tens. 65,000 to call for Ice Queen.
Is it fold?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why I said it out loud.
65 to go.
Nobody else is picking up much of a hand here. This guy with a suited connector lets it go.
Hoops needs 40 to complete, but he decides not to. And Rich takes that down just in time to be in the big blind.
And here we go with our next hand. Now that we're back up to a full table of 9.
Oh my gosh, Rose, wake up.
Who's Rose?
I don't know.
Steve's looking for
Yes,
his moment.
as
This
you
could be it.
mentioned, with still 3 players to go to get down to the final 24, Steve's got a tough decision here. And he's got 5 big blinds, and he's going to push all in with the what we call the nemesis. Now back over to Brian Patton, ace 10 of hearts.
How much is it?
145.
So, yeah, probably. I think it says 135 actually.
140.
Okay, split it down.
What does Mr. Easy Money do with his suited ace 10? Lets it go.
Boy, I thought that was a call.
So did I.
Yeah, but he's going to let that go. Rich obviously not calling with the 3-2 of diamonds. And Steve, just in time,
Lives
as
for
the
another
blinds
round.
are coming around to him pretty close.
Lives for another round. You can see the updated chip count at this table. There are still 2 other tables in play in the main room. We do not have that information. You can see Steve now has 6 big blinds. On the other end of the spectrum, Rob has gone down to a little bit under $1 million. Still healthy.
Rodney with pocket 7s now, under the gun. Blinds at 10, 25, and 10. And he's going to raise this up.
Big bet.
This is a big bet. And Steve, pocket 8s. Right behind him. Oh my goodness. 7s and 8s and queens. Oh my. Rodney raising up half his stack to 160,000. Marshall.
I think we're about to see an all-in here. There it goes.
There it is. Tough, tough, tough situation for Rodney, who's already committed half his stack. Marshall gets what he wants, I think, to isolate this heads up. Rich and Ice Queen in the blinds. Back over to Rodney.
Boy, he made such a big raise with that pair of 7s.
Yes.
Really put himself in a quandary here if somebody overbets him.
Oh, and there is a call. Wow. Wow. Rodney needs some help here. Needs a 7. Not a great flop.
He's got a heart. That didn't come either.
Good run, Rodney. And now Marshall making back some ground. Earlier on this live stream, he was up around 800,000. Got it back down below 200,000, and now building his stack back up again. 11,800,000 chips in play. And it looks like we're going to be going hand for hand. And for those of you What do you got? So we will be going hand for hand. You can see Jim Kandersky, one of the owners here at the reserve. He's giving those instructions. He has got the walkie-talkie, which means that we will go hand for hand between the three tables, which means we are down to 25 players. Jim is explaining some of the other rules that apply when we go hand for hand. And that includes, if you get up from the table, you are not allowed to walk over to the other two tables involved. Hand for hand is designed to make sure that one table doesn't just stall and take their time and wait for somebody else to get knocked out.
I understand it. That's like a kind of like a new thing in poker. You know, people are always like, "Oh, I'm going to save chips."
Yeah, but
he's never going to fold.
But if you do that, you got to complete the call, right? I mean, you have to just complete.
But I think he knows that. He knew he was tough.
You just have to sign complete, right?
We're in mid. We're playing.
Or just mid-click it, you can get away
So
from it.
we could be just one hand away from finishing up this day one and getting our top 24 to qualify for day 2.
Chris Adams, thank you very much. A lot of work, a lot of time and energy, a lot of hours go into our big tournaments, in particular this Millie. So a lot of hard work. And we appreciate it, that you appreciate that. Marshall now, pocket eights, and he's going to raise this up to 55. Sky, King, Queen gets out of the way.
Dude, literally stared the shit out of me.
Back over to Rich. Ice Queen, Jack 7.
Under the gun steals.
Yeah.
Small stack.
He's like, I have the nut every hand.
Man.
In a row.
Oh, she's got a big hand again.
Found later. Oh my gosh, I had that beat.
So pretty. So pretty.
So, Mike, everybody that bags tonight is receiving $1,000.
For about like 8 cards or something.
They go to day 2 with the chip count that they have here in front of them. If they double bag, they receive $3,000. They take the greater of the 2 bags, not a combination, but a greater of the 2 bags to day 2. Day 2's right now, the blinds for the day 2 start will be at 8,000, 16,000, and 8,000.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. You remember? You should know that by now. Like I didn't even put myself.
We currently have 4 double bag awards at Mad River, and we've experienced 6 double bags here. Now Brian Patton with pocket 10s and hoops, ace jack, and he gets out of the way.
I got it.
Rich folds.
Thank you.
Oh, we've got a mystery hand here with Steve Stout.
Sorry, I'm a little slow.
65
I'm a little slow.
I like how they do that minute and a half per hand. I don't know.
Probably
Yeah,
ask
like
the same
common
question
goals.
10 minutes.
Really cool.
Yeah, Mike, this is the $600 buy-in, $1 million prize pool guarantee tournament, a joint venture between ourselves and our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio at the Mad River Poker Club.
Now join the club. Now you know to like, it feels like you get a bad hand.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been looking at the last hour. Outside of the Queens.
Tell them the board says 26.
Yeah, I've been wanting to steal your blind for a long time.
That's it? His blind?
Well,
Brian Smith, thank you very much.
More would have been nice, but it's never a guaranteed thing. You just fold out and let me have them. Well, I ain't sweat that shit.
Easy money Patton picks up an ace 9.
Under the gun. Sky with the Doyle. No thank you. Same with Hoops and Rich. Not much to hang your hat on there. Ice Queen in the cutoff. King 7. And now on the button, it's going to be Steve with 10-8 of hearts. And does he just continue to try to hang on with one more player to lose and make it to the final, make it to the day 2?
It's all you, man.
Let's find out together what I have.
Marshall.
Leave my head down.
Oh!
No.
Monster.
Once again, I had a chance.
Now, Mike, you talked earlier about coming here and playing on a regular basis and the fun and friendly environment that we have. Dom and I do these live streams on a regular basis, and what we enjoy is poker players show up that love this game.
Oh, for sure.
And they have so much fun and enthusiasm.
Yeah,
And there's a sign of it right there.
It's just a great environment. And I'm one of those poker players that shows up, and
I'm willing to bet.
my bride comes quite often. We play together, and we enjoy it. That's how we met, was playing poker. And it's just a great place to be. We really enjoy it. And I've been lucky enough to be able to come in and fill in the booth here a few times with you and or Dom, which I also very much enjoy. It's a
we
pleasure
love
and
having you here, Mike.
It's a privilege for me to be able to sit in there with you pros.
Well, I guess that depends too. Yeah, whatever else. I mean,
But that was
it's not,
weird.
it's not
Putting in
half, exactly.
Just
If you're gonna do
all
it, either rip it or fold it.
I mean, you'll be happy to lose that bet, I feel like.
But
Yeah.
It's interesting that we're not seeing the big stacks be ultra aggressive here
No.
with everyone being a little bit cautious when we're at the bubble stage.
Ace Queen offsuit now for Ice Queen,
Trust me, if anything.
and she's going to raise this up. Blinds at 10, 25, and 10. Steve, just about every hand is faced with the dilemma of what to do here when he is down to less than, or just about 5 big blinds. If he does hang on with 128,000 in chips, he will not be at this point the smallest bag, but it'll be close. The biggest bag right now is our own Garrett
Busting in the door like that.
at 1 point, a little over 1.8 million. Now Rob is going to put the pressure on here.
With no hair.
He's going to 3-bet this to 544,000.
Right after I just made the comment about the big stacks not putting the pressure
I know
on.
you
Premonition.
you said, wow, we just aren't seeing that kind of pressure from the big stacks, but Rob is that type of player. We've seen him be very aggressive here. He's in the small blind after a raise from the Ice Queen.
So every hand that they bring down like 2 minutes or something. 1.5.
We'll talk about that in a minute. The 1.5 minute during the hand for hand. In the meantime, the Ice Queen, it would require her to go all in to make this call.
Well, it's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
If you're up against an under pair to your 2 overcards, you're basically a coin toss or a race. And at this point in time on the bubble, do you want to flip, raise 50-50 to make it or not? If you're up against queens, kings, or aces, you're really in trouble. If if you're up against a weaker ace, you're in good shape.
And
she lays it down.
Yeah, she lays it down. Big play there from Rob. And now he has the button, and he continues to be the chip leader here at this feature table. And we've got a dealer change.
Good old king queen. I wouldn't want any of that.
You a king queen?
Yeah.
I king queen.
Good full.
So the clock currently is suspended. It's being stopped at its current position. And when we go hand for hand, Jim is making a count of how many hands are played, and then if we resume after the hand for hand, a minute, there's a limit to it, and there's a minute and a half per hand that's taken off the clock. So when we get to a minute and a half times X, that equals how much time was on the clock before the break, before the next level.
Then the blinds go up.
Then the blinds go up. And that's the significance of keeping track of those hands and the calculation. A call here from Brian Patton. And a raise. Sky definitely picked up something there from Brian's
he sensed weakness.
Call. He sensed the weakness.
Limp incomplete.
And Sky is not someone that you want to show weakness to. He's gonna take advantage of it, and here he is with just Queen 4 in the big blind, and he raises it up.
Yeah, see, we got a game. That was the whole point.
Brian shows the ace. Sky shows the 4.
Trying to get this guy $1.
You can't limp it right
I see a lot of players will show what they're laying down. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
If you bet me off of a better hand, I don't necessarily want you to know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess it goes with the territory.
Is this the fourth hand?
This is the third hand.
Third hand.
Okay. No, you were button, right? So
I think it's the
1, 2, 3.
okay.
1, 2, 3.
Sure. All right, that one took
You were either button or he was button. So let's push it 5.
Rich, fold. Ice Queen, fold.
Over under 4.5.
Steve knows that he's just a few hands away from being in the big blind here at 25,000, which would be a fifth of his stack. And even more so, he'd be
with the ante,
the $10,000 ante. Rob now,
How much do you bet?
give him a big stack and a big hand in the cutoff, and just watch what happens. And he just pushes all in.
No. Well, you don't have to. No, you don't.
And then quick fold from Sky,
Artificially tanking.
I'm too tired. Say things that are like 80s.
and a fold from Hoops.
I'm like top.
I like your dog.
absolutely.
You're watching the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio.
That's the best hand
We are
I've
live
ever
streaming day 1F. This is a feature table, and we've come to the point where just one more person gets knocked out, and we will be done for the night. 24 players going on to day 2 from today's flight, which was 236 entries. Currently, with this 24, that means 87 players going to day 2 at the Reserve in Toledo, and 80 players going to day 2 in Mad River and Dayton. There are still day 1s left, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Day 2 is a week from tomorrow, but tomorrow is the Super Bowl. And we have a tournament going on that's been sold out now, limited to 100.
We have Sunday Fun Day, starts at 1 o'clock, and then the Super Bowl tournament at 6, right?
Let me look that up.
5 or
Yes.
6.
Yes, good question there. You always ask great questions. Yeah, let's not forget about Sunday Fun Day.
Rob continues with his aggression. Raises to 60,000 with a 2-4 suited.
this level, or was it last time this level, guys?
All of the people that have bagged here at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo are on a list that we are publishing on our Facebook page. And Mad River does the same thing. So go to the Facebook page at some point tomorrow. And that was the last hand.
Great job.
So everybody that you see at this table has made it on to day 2.
Player must have busted out in the main room.
Yeah. Did we get? Did I do that? Oh, I did do that.
Here
we go. There we go. All right. I'm having trouble with my mic. Sorry.
Hey, folks.
Mike, take over.
What a great event tonight. We're so happy that you were able to join us and watch this wonderful poker action. There is more to come. Next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we got 3 more of these day ones, and as you said, there's a 4th turbo.
Right, on Saturday night.
So we're on a pace to blow away the 1 million guarantee probably next Thursday. That's
our prediction.
Yeah, that's Vic's prediction, and I think he's correct.
But how much it actually becomes by the time we get to day 2 is anybody's guess. We will at least be meeting that $1 million prize pool guarantee and that $200,000 first place guarantee, plus a very handsome trophy. And so stay tuned. Thank you very much again, everybody, for joining us tonight. We will be live again on Tuesday night for our regular Tuesday night 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, and a wave out to all our friends down in Dayton at Bad River. And everybody, please stay safe.
Thanks for joining us tonight.